Hello everyone, Ciantier here. My ear is itchy, and welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. Also, my cheek is itchy. Itchiness is weird. So, we're going to do something weird today, and by weird I mean different, I suppose. I proposed the idea to my Discord server, and they thought it would be interesting to do. I certainly think it would be interesting to do a discussion of, like, if I were to be... Oh, this is a really interesting dye job. If I were to be doing a rework of the Guild Wars 1 professions, what would I do? This is something that I have kind of like always sort of bandied about in my head as like a theoretical exercise, something that I'd potentially like write down, like, oh, if I were to do things, what would I do? But that's a lot of work to write down, so I just haven't. Where would be a nice place to go hang out? You know what? Let's go to my village. Actually, no. We'll go to my. So we're going to be spending today. It's basically a chatting episode sort of day. We're going to be starting with the monk, which is why I'm on my dervish. That's a joke. We're going to be starting with the monk. I'm just going to use heroes to discuss things because they have fully unlocked stuff, and it's more convenient. I mean, I have a monk with everything unlocked, but it just seems convenient to hang out on a hero. I'm just going to put everything to like 12, I guess. Okay, maybe I don't have the attribute points for that. Whatever. So I want to start by talking some about the approach that I'm going to take to doing this. So I made a command that I'm just going to use right now to pop up a giant wall of text that you might need to pause if you're watching the VOD to read. But the basic idea here is the idea... I'm going to repeat myself a couple of times here, I suspect. I'm going to be approaching this as if I were handed right now, today, the task of reworking the professions for PvE balance. So there's a couple of really important things to adjust with that. First of all, this means I'm not considering theoretical. If I were to approach making the professions, how would I go about it? So for example, if I, like I've talked about this before, but if I were to be making expansions at this point in time with the knowledge that I now have, which, like, we did not have when ArenaNet, like, at large, we did not have when ArenaNet was first making the campaigns. But if I were to be approaching things with the knowledge that I currently have and the thinking that I currently have, I would approach things very differently in how I was constructing new professions and rolling out new campaigns and things like that. That's not what we're going to be talking about, and we're not going to be talking that far theoretical. We're going to be looking at, okay, here's the profession as it is present in year 2021, and I'm going to go through and be like, okay, here's how I'd rework things. Now, I'm going to try to stick to the idea of the profession. I'm not going to, like, I will change what skills do to an extent in terms of, like, theory crafting. Now, this is all going to be very theoretical. I have no power to change anything. And so this is mostly going to be, like, what is the methodology that I'm going to bring? What's the philosophy that I'm going to bring? Why am I making the changes or why would I make the changes that I'm going to make? It would require actual testing to be able to, like, make any sense of any of these sorts of things. One of the truisms of game design is that theory-crafted ideas have only so much merit, and you actually need to get actual testing in to be able to test those ideas and to see if they hold up. This is something that I myself have encountered on game projects that I have done. And so while it's fun to think about and discuss game design, and I really enjoy it, it does have that limitation of until you have actually put the design through its paces, you don't know how it really is going to work. There's other things too, like I don't know what engine limitations are actually in place, but I don't want to like add, delete, or rename skills. It's just, hey, does this like is this skill one that like I would want to tweak in some way? I also, while personally I would like to shift the energy boxes so that way there's a bit more variety in energy costs, I am going to be sticking with the sort of philosophy that ArenaNet's brought to the game of 0, 1, 5, 10, 15, and 25 for energy costs. I don't know why they chose to do that. I would love to discuss it with them, but I'm going to go ahead and stick with it because I would want to try to like follow some of the philosophy that they have with how they're sticking things together. And I want to try to like capture the idea of the profession, that sort of thing. But it is very much so a theoretical design exercise. And as I kind of mentioned, this is about PvE, not PvP. PvP balance is a very different animal, and I just do not have enough PvP experience with the game at this point to be able to have any sort of strong commentary on that aspect of the game. It plays extraordinarily differently, and for those who have not had PvP experience, I mean, it's hard to get that sort of experience in the game nowadays, just because the avenues for it are a lot lower. But battles play out very differently when you have human players going on, and there's a lot more back and forth. There's a lot more, frankly, nuance and strategy involved. The idea of like, how are you pressuring the enemy monks, and how are they managing their energies? It's just a very different sort of thing. So, let's see, is there any other preamble that I need to talk about? I am going to be talking about the kind of the profession sort of at large, and sort of the vision that I have for where it sits as well. One of the things that's really important in a system like Guild Wars 1, where you have a secondary profession, is the design space that the profession sort of occupies. And what I mean by that is, what sort of things can the profession do, and more critically, in some regards, what sort of things doesn't the profession do? A good example of this is dervishes by themselves can't inflict poison. I mean, that's just something they don't do. Or rangers by themselves don't inflict deep wound. There's some pet stuff that does. But by and large, rangers with bows, like just a bow, does not inflict deep wound. Obviously, there's enraged lunge, but... So or like warriors have no way of cleansing conditions or hexes from themselves. These are some sort of boundaries, and what's important about them is, one, they create distinctions between the professions, and two, they give you a specific value that you are looking for in your secondary profession. So, for example, if you're playing a warrior, you might want to go /ranger for antidote signet, or you might want to go /monk for like mending touch and some hex removal. Right? There's different reasons why you might want to go to a specific secondary profession in order to be able to gain functionality that you do not have in your primary profession. So this is something else that's really, really important. So, so that brings us to the monk. Might as well get a nice screenshot here. So the monk as a profession is all about healing, restoring allies, cleansing them, that sort of thing. Hey, Clean Star, good to see you. I've just done a bunch of preamble, so I don't necessarily want to repeat it, but you can use ! approach to kind of see some of the approach I'm going to be taking. But I'm just about to actually start talking about the monk here. So the way that this is done, of course, is the monk's attributes are generally about healing or protection. One of the things that I think is really cool about this game is protection prayers. Is sort of the idea of damage mitigation effects. I think that's really, really cool and adds a neat versatility aspect. It's not just about pushing bars up, it's about trying to keep them from going down as well. And that's something that I really appreciate. To that end, Divine Favor here is, for each rank of Divine Favor, allies are healed for a bit whenever you cast monk spells on them. Several monk skills, especially spells related, etc. It's talking about the sort of skills that are in Divine Favor at that point. So the primary attribute effect is always really important. When it comes to primary attributes, my general preference is that they work on secondary professions as well. So some examples of this. Spawning Power improves the health of nature rituals from Ranger and minions from Necromancer. The fast casting can improve the cast speeds of non-mesmer skills. Spells and signets, if I recall correctly. Expertise works on touch skills, or touched range skills, regardless of what profession they're from. And weapon skills as well, like attack skills. These are a couple of examples of the way that primary attributes work with skills from secondary professions. I think that's really, really cool, and I like it when that happens. And the reason why is because it means that when you play a primary profession, secondary profession, with the effects of your primary attribute being able to affect your secondary attribute, it creates a much more distinct way. Like, a ranger warrior and a dervish warrior are not going to play the same because of the way that the primary attributes can affect some of the skills. Or a better example yet is ranger and assassin, because assassin goes about trying to manage its energy one way and ranger another. And so anytime that there can be the primary attribute affecting the secondary attribute, that's something, or the secondary profession, that's something that I actually really like. So the first thing that I would do to the monk in a general sense is I would just change this to whenever you cast a spell on an ally, divine favor triggers. So this would mean that it would trigger off of something like Windborne Speed, it would trigger off of Restoration Magic, it would trigger off of... let's see, what are some other spells that you cast on allies? Like, Orders obviously not, but... Necromancers don't really have a whole lot of single target enchantments, do they? I mean, it would trigger off of BIP. If you had a BIP monk, it would trigger off of that. Things like that, where it would affect spells from your secondary profession that target allies. Specifically spells, not all skills, but you don't want it triggering off of sickness and things, theoretically. I think it's better if it doesn't, because then it just increases the power of sickness in a way that I don't think is desirable. But that's something that I would want to do and try out and see how that works. So part of the reason for doing that is, one, I feel like it opens up some more possibilities with how monk kind of feels and works. But two, it would allow monk to really hold its place as the healing profession. I think one of the things that complicates that is the power of restoration magic, and we'll talk about restoration magic another time, but I think it would be really neat if, monk could still use some of those restoration magic skills in order to be able to get functionality in ways that it normally doesn't. We'll talk about that when we get to healing prayers stuff. But actually, let's just talk about it right now. One of the things I think is really important to note about healing prayers is that a lot of the skills are heal other ally. They don't target yourself. So Dwayna's Kiss is other ally. Gift of Health is target other ally. Heal other and Jamie's Gaze are heal other. Healing Ribbon is target other ally, right? So a lot of these skills are heal other. And what's really important about that is two things. One, by having the stronger heals be healing another ally, you can't self-target with them, it emphasizes two things. And the first one is the monk is bad at healing itself. This makes pressuring a monk like a powerful strategy, because the monk is generally less capable of healing itself. This is actually where something like Ethereal Light's design, as is in the game, affects things. Because this is easily interrupted, it means it does not work very well to heal yourself if you're under pressure. If somebody's actively attacking you, Ethereal Light's not going to work very well. This also is where you tend to rely heavily on your elites. Your elites are usually target ally instead of target other ally. So your elite's ability to heal you is particularly, we're looking at Glimmer of Light, Healing Burst, and Word of Healing in that regard. Healing Light technically also can heal you. But that's where those sorts of the elite's ability to heal you is really significant. This is different with Restoration Magic. Restoration Magic has strong heals, Spirit Light, and Mend Body and Soul that can target the self. And so a monk might want to be able to go into Restoration Magic in order for that, and then having Divine Favor work with those I think would be really neat. The other thing that's particularly notable as well is the other aspect of those emphasizes that the monk is more selfless, more outward focused, more like quick to help others and things like that I think is really kind of interesting, and kind of has sort of the flavor of who the monk is supposed to be as a character, as it were, is reflected in the skills in that way, and I think that's really neat. So that's why I like something different between healing prayers and restoration magic. Restoration magic is going to be interesting to talk about. but I'm just going to go ahead and boop. So yeah, Divine Favor, first thing I'd want to do is have it affect all spells that you cast on allies. So let's just start talking about skills. This is probably going to be the meat and potatoes, and I don't know how long this is going to take. There's a lot of skills here. My goal with talking about skill balance is not necessarily the way that it was kind of phrased when I was talking a little bit about balanced stuff a little bit on the Guild Wars Global Discord, is wanting skills to have somewhere where they're the best in slot option. So this is basically saying there is a reason to bring this skill. It might not be common. It might not come up a lot, but there are going to be builds that want this skill. And there's going to be reasons to bring this skill. And that's something that I think is really important to discuss. Now, the other thing, too, is that like I said, I'm talking about PvE balance. And there's some very specific things about that, which is, like, for example, enemies get to use these skills as well, and that's going to affect some of the balance. The other thing, actually, that I want to bring up, and I'll probably bring it up on all of the core professions, less on Elementalists because they already addressed this, but when Guild Wars Factions came out, the ArenaNet wanted to try something with having skills that were in prophecies, that were considered prophecies only, that they made versions of for factions. So this is very similar to what Magic the Gathering does when they, for example, print Grizzly Bears and then print some other card that is a 2/2 for 1 and a green. For those who do not know what those things mean, it means that the cards are mechanically do the same thing. Grizzly Bears is a 2/2 for 1 and a green, and there's been quite a few cards over the years that have been 2/2 for 1 and a green. When they do that, that allows you to be able to run additional copies, because there's a card limit, just like there's a skill limit. You cannot put the same skill on your bar more than once, right? Like, I cannot have a bar that is composed of, like, 5 Mend Ailments. That's just, I can only put Mend Ailment on my bar once. So, by introducing skills that are a separate skill that have the exact same functionality, they allow you to be able to get 2 copies. This is something they experimented around with the release of Factions. They abandoned it thereafter, and I think that was probably the right move. The Elementalist rework that they did in 2012, which we'll discuss when we get to Elementalist, changed 4 of the 5 skills that Elementalist had that were copied skills like this, or clones, or whatever you want to call them. Duplicate skills, I think, is usually what people call them. It changed 4 of those, all the ones with Tanai in the name, but not Dragon Stomp. So they did that, and I think that was the right move to make, generally speaking. There are some times where having a duplicate skill is nice. It's when that functionality is functionality that you, A, want to have multiple times, and B, think it should cost more skill bar slot to have multiple times. So what I mean by that is, actually, a really good example of that is Divine Healing and Heaven's Delight. These are a clone skill. They're both the same stats, 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 12 second recharge, a spell that heals yourself and party members within earshot for X health. At 12, it's 51. There are times when, yeah, you're quite happy to run both of these. This is a useful effect, right? And running both of them is reasonable. On the other hand, Jamie's Gaze and Heal Other, you don't have a reason to run... That's Heal Area. Heal Other and Jamie's Gaze. This is another copy of a clone skill. You do not need to run more than one of these. There's literally no reason for duplicates to exist. For the most part, I don't like... You can also just like make the skill have half the recharge, and it's functionally the same as if there was a duplicate, except it doesn't take up an additional skill slot. There are some exceptions to this. In Warrior, notably, there's some adrenaline skills, or at least one that's a duplicate. In that case, recharge doesn't apply. So, generally speaking, I'm going to want to... Excuse me, having hiccups here. Generally, I'm going to want to change duplicate skills, though, because I think having more functionality is useful. So, let's go ahead and start talking about skills in more specific. So, there will be some skills I'll skip over because I like where they're at. Blessed Aura. This is one of those skills. So this is while you maintain this enchantment, your monk enchantments that you cast last 30% longer. I don't tend to run this skill very often. I do think it has some use, particularly with like Healing Breeze and the Spotless Mind, Spotless Soul. Works nicely with Aegis. I think this is one of those skills where this is probably fine. I don't see a reason why I wouldn't just lower it to 5 energy in 1 second cast time. It doesn't seem like it'd matter that much. But this is a skill that like there is use for, and I don't feel like... So basically, if I'm going to want to change a skill, it's because I feel like there's no instance in which I'd want to actually use it. So this actually is going to come heavily off of the A Build for Every Elite project that I did, where it's just like, I look at this profession and like, I want more skills available to me. This is a skill that I used on a couple of builds, and so I'm actually quite content with this one. I think it could probably be a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier to use, but I think it's fine. And there's nothing major that I'd want to change about it. Blessed Light is a skill that I really quite like. I will say, however, that I would want to make a change to it, and that would be if it does not do all of its effects, I'd want it to be 5 energy. So probably there's 2 different ways that you could go about doing that. You could go heal target ally for X health and remove 1 condition and 1 hex. If both a condition and a hex were not removed, then it refunds 5 energy. I think what I'd probably do, though, is I'd probably make it where you lose 5 energy if both a hex and a condition were removed. So I'd cost this at 5. I think its stats otherwise are fine. Like you get a lot more effect out of it, obviously, if you invest a bit more in Divine Favor. But I think basically I would put this at 5 energy and then say if a condition and a hex were both removed, you lose 5 energy. And the reason for that is you could still use it at 5 energy. And I think that works a little bit better than and is a little bit more forgiving than if it required you to have 10 energy to be able to cast and then refund. But that's just kind of the approach that I take. I do think that the skill is relatively playable where it's at, but I think it could stand to be a little bit more efficient and easier to use. Because the Monk Elite slot is extremely contentious. There's a lot of really powerful options. So that means that there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of not there that gets dropped down a little bit. And in my mind, Blessed Light is one of those like tier 2 Monk Elites. And I'd like to kind of give it a little bit more oomph, but that's not too major. I really like the design of this skill, though, overall. Blessed Signet, this is one of those skills that just needs to... Like, this is not a skill I use very often because the sort of builds that it is for are not ones that I tend to run. And there's a whole discussion to be had about how much... I mean, this is basically for Bonder builds and things like that. How much those bars or those skills even make sense to have in this game. I think that, though, like, that is a legitimate strategy, and I wouldn't want to try to remove it at this point. That's something that I'd have as a discussion earlier on. This skill is important to Bonder bars and things like that, so I don't see any reason to do anything to the Blessed Signet. Boon Signet's an interesting one. This is a skill that's so borderline. So it makes your next healing or protection per spell heal for an additional amount. I think this is one of those skills that's probably slightly underrated, but not necessarily improperly so either. The issue is it's really clunky to work with. I'm trying to think through. So when I've used this skill, the problem is what happens is it applies a buff to you. Then the next time you cast a healing prayer protection spell, that does a heal. The thing that's really awkward and clunky about that is it connects that heal to that skill. Yeah, I mean that obviously that's how it works, but I'm just trying to think through because okay, so what this is kind of like is it's kind of like an elite version of Signet of Devotion, except it doesn't carry as much heal on the upfront, and it has a longer recharge but shorter. It sits somewhere between Signet of Rejuvenation. I mean, honestly, this is almost just Signet of Rejuvenation in Divine Favor. I think what I'd want with Boon Signet. Now, this is an interesting point of discussion because I do feel like this needs a buff, right? I feel like the skill is underpowered. I feel like what I actually would want to do with this is I'd want to modify it. Okay, I like this direction. Obviously, there's you could take this in any sort of direction. This is going to be one of the things that's always going to be there. Anybody can look at a skill and be like, I think the skill should be different. How would I want to modify this to make it feel more playable? And everybody's going to have slightly different opinions on this. What I think I'd want to do with Boon Signet, for the space that I would want it to occupy, is I'd change it to be heal target ally for X health, and then if you are enchanted, you gain Y energy. I'm thinking the energy gain needs to scale. Both things probably need to scale with Divine Favor, because you don't want the energy gain to be a set value, for the reason that you could still use it as an energy management skill without any investment in Divine Favor. That might be okay, because then it probably is really, really inefficient at that. But the initial values that I'd try are something like, I'd probably lower it to lower the recharge a little bit to like 6 or 7 seconds. I'd probably want it to be about Signet of Devotion strength healing. Maybe slightly stronger, maybe like 10% stronger, 12% stronger or something, to where like right now, Signet of Devotion's 83 health at 12 Divine Favor. Maybe this could be like heal target ally for 90 health at 12 Divine Favor, on a slightly lower recharge, and if you are enchanted, you gain like 3 energy. Again, these numbers don't really matter. They would need to be like tweaked through actual playtesting. So I'm not going to keep saying that every time, but I just kind of want to state it here so that way people are aware. The reason why I'd kind of go that direction is that would help work really well with Divine Boon, which we'll talk about in a moment. But also just like monks have enchantments that they want to keep up on themselves. Blessed Aura, for example. That really helps those sorts of like maintain enchantments and things like that play a little bit better, or it gives you an option to work with them in a way that I think would be really cool. And the idea of having a skill called Boon Signet that works really well with Divine Boon is something that I really like. So having this just be a straight up like more reliable heal, it wouldn't heal for as much as this theoretically does, but it would be a more reliable, like, not reliable, but it would be a more straightforward heal to use that would also provide some energy management. That's something that I really like the idea of. So I think that's a tweak that I would make to this. Is stronger base heal, and if you are enchanted, you gain some energy. I think I like that sort of position for it. Contemplation of Purity is a skill that I'm perfectly fine with where it's at. The effect is good for bars that have maintained enchantments that you use. I think one of the big things that I'd want to do is just make maintained enchantments better, by and large. So that way there's more reason to use them. So, again, I would make Blessed Aura a little bit easier to use. Bump its energy cost down to 5 and give it like a 1 second cast time. Contemplation of Purity is great for like a Divine Boon bar, things like that. It's not for all builds, but I think it is a nice one to have for a bunch of them. So I really like where Deny Hexes is at. I wouldn't really change anything here with it. Obviously, it doesn't, strictly speaking, need to be in Divine Favor. It's technically no attribute, but it wants to work with other Divine Favor skills. But like I said, I like where it's at. Divine Boon, I would make one change to this, and which would be, instead of it saying whenever you cast a Protection Prayer or Divine Favor spell that targets an ally, I just have it say whenever you cast a monk spell that targets an ally. That ally is healed for X health and you lose an energy. Divine Boon is a really cool skill to build with, and I really quite like it. It used to work with Healing Prayers, and then Arena decided to change it. I don't think that's overpowered for PvE. It is an additional energy cost, and I think that would help open up some options. In specific, having it work with a Protection Prayers bar that runs Gift of Health with Divine Boon, that's something that I think would be really, really cool, and something that I would like to see. It's not a huge change, but the other thing that it does is it also allows it to work with no attribute skills. So the most relevant of those is Remove Hex. And seeing it work with Remove Hex is something that I would quite like. So yeah, I like Divine Boon. I like trying to build with Divine Boon, and I just want it to be a little bit more... have a little bit more that it can work with. And again... like I said, everything subject to testing. So I do like Divine Healing and Heaven's Delight. I would probably change one of them to have about an 8-second recharge and change the functionality of the other. It does not really matter to me which one, though. What I would generally do with these two skills, and I'm going to just talk about them as a pair because they are, I would take one of them. And Divine Healing, by the way, used to be a really big heal on a longer recharge. I think I'd probably do something somewhat similar. So take one of them, leave it as it is, drop the recharge to more like 8 seconds because it's losing its companion, and change the other one. I feel like what I'd want to do, like I've thought about this some, I feel like I'd want to change one of them, probably Divine Healing, and leave Heaven's Delight as this effect on the 8-second recharge, but take Divine Healing and leave it at 5 energy and have it be like heal like all allies in earshot for a good chunk of health, like probably around 150 to 200 health on like a quarter-second cast time, probably at 5 energy, but give it like a 60-second recharge or 90-second recharge or something. Give it a lengthy recharge. So what you've effectively got is you've got a panic button. I don't know if that would be more playable or not. I'm going to be blunt here. I don't know how playable that would be, but I would love to try it and see. I feel like about a 60-second recharge is where I'd first start it with. It might be a terrible idea, but I like the idea of something that, like, again, all allies as well. So that way, I mean, except for spirits, all non-spirit allies in earshot. The idea behind something like that, some sort of big emergency panic button, is it gives you an option for missions where you need to keep something alive, and gives you a healing option for that. There's other ways that could potentially go. This is just kind of a first pass. And again, this is something where we could discuss ad nauseum of like, what sort of effect would actually be good to have in here, and change things around. But that's kind of where I kind of think I would initially want to go. That brings us to Divine Intervention. I actually don't dislike this skill, except I think its number is too low. I feel like this is a real just a speed bump. So I would probably... I would do one of two things here to do Divine Intervention. The first idea that crosses my mind is to dramatically increase the amount that this heals for. I would consider using this as a single target, like save this ally, they are dying option, if it were about 50% to 2 times as potent, more potent than this. So like right now it's 197 health at 12 divine favor. If this were closer to like 250 to 400 HP that it was healing for, I'd like it a lot more. The other option that I could see is just to have it not be a reversal of fortune effect. Not have it be, excuse me, not have it be next time, but have it be more marker protection, to where it's like for 10 seconds, whenever target ally receives damage that would be fatal, the damage is negated and that ally is healed for a bunch. Something like that I think would be probably the direction that I'd be more inclined to take it. I would absolutely consider Divine Intervention in that sort of case. That said, that almost fits more as a Protection Prayer spell, and maybe should be considered there. And Divine Intervention would probably be better off as just being a more potent sort of effect. Another potential option is I don't know. It's really tricky because you want Divine Favor to not slot too much into the role of either healing prayers or protection prayers, and that's one of the things that's really, really tricky about it. So I'm just kind of, I don't know. How do I narrate my thoughts? The thing that I think, yeah, where would I want Divine Intervention to sit? I kind of like it either way as an oh crap, that ally is dying, I want to save them now button. And that's kind of the same spot where I want to move Divine Healing as well. But yeah, I think I would want to try, how does the option where it's kind of like a weird mark of protection almost, how does that feel? The next, or like for 10 seconds, whenever target ally receives damage that would be fatal, the damage is negated and that ally is healed for like maybe slightly less health, maybe knock that number down to closer to 150 at 12 Divine Favor, but like repeated triggers. I think that's where I'd kind of want to try it. I don't hate the skill, but it really, really feels like it's just a speed bump, and I'd like something that feels a little bit more potent. Divine Spirit's one of those skills that I think is fine, but I don't tend to bring because there's just better energy management options. Whether it's that or Selfless Spirit. Selfless Spirit, of course, is a little bit better and more versatile, but is PvE only, so heroes can't use it. That's another reason to be on this guy, by the way. He has all of the PvE only skills. I feel like Divine Spirit's one of those skills that is much more of a PvP skill than a PvE skill. I feel like this is an effect. I don't know. Okay, so what I'm trying to process right now, because I need to externalize my thoughts, or this is not going to be a very interesting stream. What I'm thinking right now is how much does Monk, in PvE specifically, need some sort of temporary energy management measure like what Divine Spirit is? The AI doesn't use it especially well. Players have a PvE variant that's arguably better. This has really bad uptime. So, like, okay, so here's the problem. Like, as an energy management option, the uptime is an issue. I feel like I would want to completely change the skill's functionality for PvE. Just because I don't see a good time to use this. So what I'm trying to think through is, what would I make a skill named Divine Spirit do that feels like it belongs in Divine Favor? I mean, there's a lot of different options. You could make it an enchantment that whenever you cast a spell that targets an ally, that ally gains an energy. I don't know if that's any good. It certainly is an interesting idea. I feel like that's an effect that I would use at like 5 energy. I don't think I would make it a maintain enchantment. I think I'd probably do it kind of more like Healer's Boon, where it's like 5 energy, quarter second cast time, like a 10-15 second recharge, and just have it be for like 45 seconds or something. Whenever you cast a spell that targets an ally, that ally gains like maybe 2 energy at like 16 Divine Favor and 1 energy at like 8, and then below that 0. That might be really, really, really strong. It's an idea of something to try. Again, a lot of this is just like throwing out ideas to try. Yeah. Yep, let's just move on. Again, like, a lot of this is stuff where it's like, if I were actually doing this, there'd have to be so much iteration and so on and so forth. So this is just like first pass ideas. The idea is with doing something like that is it would enable Monk to be able to kind of play a support role. Maybe it would need to be a maintained enchantment, so that way it has sort of the energy cost associated with it. I'm not quite sure what balancing factors it needed to have. Anytime you're playing with energy, it's always dangerous, because the energy management and stuff is kind of a backbone of the game. But like, one energy is not going to be huge. I don't know if that makes the skill unusable, though. Healer's Boon's fine where it's at. No more reason to say anything about it than that. We already talked about Heaven's Delight. Holy Haste, I'd absolutely 100% change. Holy Haste is a skill that I never use. It makes your healing prayer spells cast 50% faster, but it ends if you cast another enchantment, which is largely irrelevant. The thing is, Healer's Boon does that and also boosts healing. Holy Haste is just the boost, but worse. So there's no time where I... Basically, this is like Healer's Boon Bad Edition. I feel like what I'd want Holy Haste to do... man, what a weird name as well. Holy Haste. Yeah, that's so weird. What would you do with something like this? Like, the first thing that immediately comes to my mind, and I don't... This is not what I'd have it be, but, like, an enchantment that's, like, remove a hex or condition from target ally, like, whichever comes first. Maybe, it doesn't really matter. Or remove a hex from target ally. If a hex was removed, or a condition was removed in this way, that ally runs, like, 33% faster for... like 8 seconds or something. This is literally the direction my brain's going, because like Holy Haste is such a weird name to try to give an effect to, but I never use the skill, so this is like 1000% something that I would want to change. This person's dancing in front of me, and it's really hard to come up with something that feels like with Divine Spirit, like the idea of passing around energy feels like a Divine Spirit type effect to me. Holy Haste is like so weird. Is there something that feels more appropriate that I can think of to change this to? Because the thing is, I'm not sure how much... I would definitely use a skill. I would definitely use a skill that's like, remove a condition or hex, whichever is first, and give the ally a run speed buff. At that point, it's almost kind of like, it's just a flesh wound. You know what? I think that's a really interesting effect. Put it at about a 9-10 second recharge. 5 energy, because otherwise it has a hard time competing. 3/4 second cast time. Remove a hex or condition from target ally. If one is removed, the ally moves 33% faster. For what is this? What is this icon even? Like a guy with glowing hands? I don't know. The ally runs 33% faster for like 0 seconds, and then scaling up to like 8 seconds at like 15 Divine Favor or something. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. It's a weird skill. It's a weird skill name. I would definitely try a skill like that. I think that there's room for a skill like that to exist. So, Peace and Harmony, I'm happy with where it's at. Release enchantments. I like the idea of this skill. It is actually kind of finicky. I would have some bars, though, that I could see using the skill if, A, there were more maintained enchantments that I thought were good. Because it's kind of like a companion to Contemplation of Purity, but it's a party heal. The actual thing that I'd want to do to this is... because this is all about environment, of course. I would want to change this to say it's healed for each enchantment lost. Remove the monk stipulation on this. Then this becomes interesting to me. If this was release enchantments, was lose all enchantments, each party member is healed for 29 health for each enchantment lost, there are bars that I'd be much more likely to consider running it on. As it is, it's just not something that comes up very often. The other thing too is the 5-second recharge is super deceptive on this guy, just because of having to get enchantments back up and all that sort of thing. So, I could also see something else that I could see testing in PvE, to be very clear, is setting this at like 20 HP, 10-second recharge, move it to no attribute, and just give it a set value. So that way, instead of being a Divine Favor skill, anybody can use it. So like an Elementalist could bring this if they wanted to, like, dual attune, heal your party for 40 HP and lose both of your attunements or something. I'm not quite sure what value would be best to set it at if you're going to go that route, but that's another direction that I could see taking it. But regardless, as it is, I would want to remove the monk enchantment restriction. And then the skill suddenly becomes a lot more appealing to me. There's a lot more... it opens up a lot more possibilities of what to do with it. As does making more... Because this is a really anemic skill right now as it's balanced if you're not removing at least 2 enchantments for it to trigger off of. And then it just becomes this weird thing of, like, you're casting Reversal of Fortune on yourself in order to be able to give an additional healing to your party, and it's just really, really awkward, and it's one of those skills that's just too clunky to use, so why would I ever bring it over, like, a Divine Healing or Heaven's Light or whatever, especially with the change that I'd make to Heaven's Light to make it 8-second recharge. Like, this is just so much more clunky to use than those, that I feel like, honestly, 25 HP... Get rid of the Monk Enchantment Clause, just set it at 25 HP and stick it in no attribute and see how it goes. Like, I think I'd probably want to do that because I don't feel like that'd be too strong in PvE. I'd at least be willing to give that a shot. Scribe's Insight is a really, really, really awkward skill. I talked about this some when doing the with the build craft stuff, a build for every elite. Outside of that project, I never used this skill. And the reason is very simple. There's the inherent tension between using a skill to manage energy and it encouraging you to bring a bunch of signets, with the fundamental problem being that you gain... You know what? Actually, I kind of like the idea of changing this too. I don't know if it should be you or target ally, but something like a skill that you use, not an enchantment that you keep on you, but you or target ally gains X energy for each signet they have on their bar. That could be a bit more interesting rather than signet use. You probably have to scale the number up a bit higher. I would probably have it at 12 Divine Favor, hit 6 energy for, like, keep the stats somewhat similar to what it is right now. But if it was 6 energy per signet, that still becomes difficult because it's hard to get more than 2 signets on a legit monk bar. Because you basically have Signet of Devotion and Signet of Rejuvenation. There's no signets in there's no signets in Protection Prayers. There's like Purge Signet and Resurrection Signet, but you don't generally want to bring those. Most of the signets are in Smiting Prayers, and most of them are not ones that you want to bring under the current model of skills, and most other professions don't have signets you really want to bring as a monk, because they're not like supporting type stuff. Scribe's Insight is a really awkward. It's like, okay, so here's kind of where my brain's at. If you calibrate it so that way, it's something like, if you have a signet on your bar, then this gives you energy, then that's like, okay, yeah, I just bring Signet of Devotion or Signet of Rejuvenation all the time, so that's not really a huge restriction on an energy management skill. On the other hand, if you try to make it like 2+ signets, that's like it kind of needs to be 1.5 signets, but there's not a half signet. So it's just really, really awkward to try to figure out if you're trying to go that route. I don't mind some sort of energy management option here in Divine Favor that rewards signets, which is like what this is trying to be. The problem with it is it's like, in order to be able to get good energy returns from it, you have to use signets enough, and then like it encourages you to bring a bunch of signets, and the energy's all wonky with that, right? And that's kind of what I'm saying is like signets are inherently energy management, so rewarding you with energy for using signets is really, really awkward. And that's where the inherent tension comes from. So I'm trying to think. Fundamentally, this is like, I mean, this skill icon is very signet-y in the first place. Actually, you know what? This could Scribe's Insight. I mean, it's not inherently saying it's a signet, though, so that's kind of an awkward thing as well. Something that would allow this to... So I'm changing position here a little bit. To be a little bit more interesting is if this boosted the healing from your signets. Like, if this was an enchantment that said, you gain 3 energy whenever you use a signet, signets you use have 50% more healing. To where, oh, I bring this, and suddenly Signet of Devotion, Signet of Rejuvenation, that Paragon Motivation Signet, Signet of Synergy. Obviously, Signet of Synergy doesn't synergize super well with Scribe's Insight, but that's another awkward matter. If those healed for 50% more or something with Scribe's Insight on you, that becomes a bit more interesting. Another potential direction that this could go that I actually don't dislike is forgetting this whole signet association with Scribe's Insight and take Scribe to be more enchantment based and to basically be like a Contemplation of Purity type skill that's like lose all enchantments. For each enchantment lost in this way, you gain energy. That could be interesting to go in as a direction as well. Let's see, what would I actually want to do with it? Insight, Scribe's Insight. What would I want this to be? Actually, now that I think about it, I think I do kind of like the idea of, oh, yeah, okay. I think I kind of like the idea of this being, like, leave it as it is and tack on signets you activate 50% faster and heal for 50% more HP. Just do those two things to it, to where basically like it's a healer's boon for signets as well as making your signets gain you 3 energy. I might try that, because Signet of Devotion activating in 1 second and healing for 50% more HP sounds really good. And is 100% something that I'd try with Scribe's Insight. I don't know if that's where I'd ultimately want it to be, but that's something that I'd love to give a try to. So I think that's what I would do with it right now. Signet of Devotion, I'm overall happy with where it's at. I think it's a good balanced spot between an effective heal that's a little clunky that you want on a Signet. So yeah, I'm overall happy with where Signet of Devotion is at. Smiter's Boon. This is a weird one. What I think I would do with Smiter's Boon is change it to be whenever you cast a spell, or whenever you use a skill maybe. I'm not quite sure exactly there. But something to the effect of like whenever you use a skill that targets a foe, allies like adjacent or near to that foe, I'm not quite sure how big the AoE should be, are healed equal to your divine favor bonus. So I'd basically make it so that way it's an enchantment that you put on you that makes it so that way your offensive skills heal according to divine favor. I think that's the direction I take Smiter's Boon. That's what I test out. That one's pretty straightforward of a change for me. I'd really like to try that and see how that plays, because obviously there's a lot of numbers there in terms of like what's the AoE that this should have and things like that. But we don't need to be making your smiting prayer spells that target allies heal for more, and that's always been a problem with, or that was a problem with balance in PvP for a long time. I don't know why they didn't just change the functionality, but yeah, I like the idea of changing this to basically just read for like, I mean, just keep it stats the same. I don't know what those should be, playtesting, etc. But for 30 seconds, whenever you cast or whenever you use a skill that targets a foe, allies adjacent to that foe are healed equal to your divine favor bonus. That's I would try that. See how that works. Maybe explicitly. I just realized I forgot to turn on focused assist. Can I do that from over here? No. Focus assist priority only. I apologize for the ding. Okay. Spellbreaker. This is one in a long line of skills that I'm like, wow, this is almost usable. What I would do with Spellbreaker is I would drop its energy costs probably to 10. I'd probably go 10 quarter-second cast time and about a 15-second recharge, and have at like 12 divine favor, make the duration like 4 seconds, up to 5 at 16, 0 at no investment, and otherwise the effect is the same. So it's just like target ally cannot be the target of enemy spells, but have it be something where it's like for this moment, not something that sticks around for so long. I think these sorts of effects, there's several skills in this sort of like general bucket of what I'd call good effects with stats that I'd want to shift to shorter duration, shorter recharge territory. Spellbreaker, Shield of Judgment, and Mark of Protection. I just want to do that to all of them. Spellbreaker is... I can absolutely see a use for this skill to help ease pressure. Now, from a PvE standpoint, I might try 5 energy. 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 15-second recharge, 4-second duration at 12 divine favor, 5 at 16. Target ally cannot be the target of enemy spells. And just see that. How does that play? It's not something that you can maintain without multiple people bringing it, but it's like if that ally is getting pressured by something, it defends them, and I think that would be a really interesting sort of direction to go. That brings us to Spell Shield. Right now, as is written, for 17 seconds while you're casting spells, foes cannot target you with spells. When it ends, all of your skills are disabled for 6 seconds. I don't ever use this. This one's really interesting from the standpoint of being an interesting way of doing anti-interrupt. Because obviously while you have this going, you can't be targeted with interrupt spells. You can still be interrupted by other non-spell interrupt skills or AoE interrupts like Cry of Frustration on one of your allies or something. It's just way too clunky to ever use. And of course, Spell Shield allows you to interrupt spells if you start casting... say, heal party, when somebody's trying to cast Chain Lightning on you, you can interrupt it by suddenly not being allowed to be targeted. I think what I would do, though, is I would... this wants to be Spellbreaker so badly. I think I would probably, in PvE... move this to Protection Prayers. And... yeah, I'd probably... okay, so my brain's kind of whirling around a couple of different ideas here, and I need to vocalize them. The idea of spell shield, to me, invokes the concept of either protecting you from spells. So I'm thinking of ideas like damage that would be dealt to you by spells is reduced by X amount, or absorbs X damage that would be dealt to you by spells, or some sort of shield that is benefited by you casting spells. So, for example, some sort of protection effect that's renewed whenever you cast a spell. I feel like because I feel like another direction that I can see wanting to take it is just like Spellbreaker, but not. Let's see. Spell shield. I could see this. Actually, you know what's an interesting idea is something like protection prayers. Keep the stats basically the same as they are right now in terms of 10 energy, 2-second cast time, 30-second recharge, and make it something like spell, like enchantment spell that enchants your whole party. Spells that target an enchanted, like spells that target you, what you is applying to. How do they word Aegis here? All party members with near shot have 50% chance to block. I'd probably do something like I don't know quite what this duration should be. Probably around 15 or 16 at 16 protection prayers. Spells that target a party member take like 3 times as long to cast. I feel like something like that is actually like really subtly powerful. Like it's a weird effect, but like by making those spells take significantly longer to cast, you dramatically slow down the rate at which the AI or at which enemies are able to do things to you. I would try something like that in protection prayers, though. I feel like that's a protection prayers effect, not a divine favor effect, so I'd probably move it there. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Kind of like that. Unyielding Aura, I think this is fine as it is right now. Watchful Healing, this is an interesting skill. I would tweak it up. Basically just like +1 health regen across the board. I would want this to be +5 health regen starting at 15 divine favor. I guess if the skill ends prematurely clause, that's kind of neat. I'd probably drop the it's 100 HP heal over 10 seconds at +5 energy regen. I would drop the recharge to 5 seconds. So I'd go and give it a quarter-second cast time. So I'd go 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 5-second recharge, enchantment spell for 10 seconds, or maybe like 8 seconds or something. Target ally gains up to +5 health regen. Like at 12 divine favor, I'd have it at +4, and at 15 divine favor, I'd have it at +5 probably. Something like that. Not quite sure how that would shake out. Maybe it's more like at 10 or 11, it would be +4 health regen, but somewhere around there. And then if it ends prematurely, that ally gains health. You can maybe make it a little bit less health than it currently is. But I feel like Watchful Healing is one of those skills that's like really borderline usable in my mind. And having a shorter recharge so it doesn't take so freaking long to have it back up. Having a quicker cast time and having it be slightly stronger heal makes it a lot more appealing to me. So that's kind of what I would do to it. I don't feel like this needs a lot to feel like it's in an actually almost playable place, so I'd want to try to get it there. Watchful Spirit, this is a very weird skill, as it is right now. This is one that you can kind of use as a pseudo-mending, and I certainly have. I've used this on like with mending on a warrior before to get +5 health regen and no energy. But there's no time when I ever really want to use this on a monk. So it's while you maintain this enchantment, target ally gains +2 health regeneration, and that doesn't care about your attribute investment. That ally is healed for HP when Watchful Spirit ends. But it's 15 energy. I feel like effects like this are actually not very good, by and large anyway. And the reason why is like minimal passive health regeneration is not that impressive for the amount of energy you're losing to keep it up. It's an interesting effect when it ends, the ally is healed for a bunch. I feel like this is almost usable. The problem is that the health when it ends means that this is a 15 energy, 150 point heal. Like that, it's basically like a heal other. The way that it currently works. Obviously, Watchful Healing is inspired by Watchful Spirit. I feel like what I would do to this is I would put it... Yeah. I think I like the idea of putting it at like 10 energy. No longer maintained. Maybe a slightly longer recharge, like 10 seconds. I'm not quite sure. But just have the effect of enchant ally. That ally has like the +2 health regeneration, and kind of like the Dervish enchantment. If that ally's HP drops below a certain threshold, then it triggers and ends and heals. And do something kind of like that. Actually, this is interesting. There's an inherent tension between that and like Divine Intervention, where they're kind of doing the same general thing. I feel like what could be really interesting, an interesting alternative option with something like Watchful Spirit, is like an enchantment that reads enchant ally for X seconds. Again, I would basically remove its maintain status. And then something like if enchanted ally has a bunch of conditions and hexes on them, maybe it ends early, or maybe then it ends and cleanses. I'm not sure. I know I don't like it where it's at. The fact that it's actually kind of a heal other is something that I kind of overlook. Because the +2 health regen is kind of the obvious effect. You could also move it to Healing Prayers and have it be a skill that heals up front and then has a lingering regeneration. Actually, I kind of like that. I kind of like moving this to Healing Prayers and have it be like... Maybe you leave it in Divine Favor. Maybe you can leave it there. But something like... yeah, maybe you leave it in... I don't quite know where the attribute goes. But the effect that I'm kind of thinking about as I'm kind of musing through this here, because this effect doesn't exist for some reason, is heal target ally or maybe target other ally for, I don't know, say at 12 attributes, maybe it's 70 HP at 10 energy. And then for, let's see, I'm not quite sure where I'd want to calibrate this at. That ally gains like +2 health regeneration for let's see. So let's break down the math. If the total healing that I'd want from it, Like, if I want the total healing to be, like, say 150 HP, because that's kind of where the drop-off healing is for this, then if we're going 70 health, that leaves 50. So 50 at +2, that's 4. It doesn't go in evenly. So I guess we're bumping down to 48 or up to 52. So 52 health at 4 health per second is like... Let's see, that's... 48 is 12. So it's like 13 seconds. So maybe like +2 health regeneration for like 15 seconds or something afterwards. Something kind of like that, where like it's an upfront heal that then leaves a lingering regeneration effect. I think that would be really interesting as like an enchantment spell. I think I might try something like that, see how playable it is. I don't know if that belongs in Divine Favor or Healing Prayers. It can kind of go in either one. If it's in Divine Favor, I think its stats can be a little bit worse and still be acceptable, if that makes sense. So I might try leaving it in Divine Favor, to where basically it's kind of like a heal other, where half of the heal is in health regeneration over a somewhat long period of time at a low amount. The idea here is that like it pushes somebody up and then it kind of like keeps them up. Like it's watching them after the heal. I think that's kind of the direction that I'd go with something like that. Hey, Fear. Good to see ya. Withdraw Hexes, I've talked about this one a bunch. I would basically... Hey, Hawk. Good to see you, too. Apparently, everybody shows up at noon. I guess I should take a moment just to do this again. This will kind of go over sort of the approach that I'm taking to everything. I know that's a gigantic wall of text. Quarter after the hour is when you can mark someone as missed. Ah, that makes sense. But yeah, just talking about monk skills. Unfortunately, y'all have missed most of Divine Favor. You're just coming in as us talking about Watchful Spirit and what I think I'd want to do with it. Of like, it heals and then leaves an enchantment that like has a lingering heal for a little while. But you know, the VOD will be up. Anyway, withdraw hexes. So this is a perfect example of a skill, and I've talked about this so many times. But one of the things with balancing is you want to kind of consider what effects you need to be able to deal with, and what strategies do you want to be able to deal with. And withdraw hexes is perfectly designed for dealing with Hexway, and then they never like set it up to do that. I would just change the skill, probably drop it down to 10 energy, because 15 is a lot for a monk to handle. 15 might be appropriate, but I would change the recharge to be something like 60 or 90 seconds, and still have the same sort of effect, but make it reduce the recharge for each hex removed. So like this spell takes 8 seconds less to recharge for each hex removed in this way, rather than 8 seconds more. And I just kind of change it in that direction. I think that allows it to be able to play as a counter option. I don't know how good that is in PvE, but there are probably some areas where there's enough hexes that that's something that you want to bring. So that's kind of the way that I'd go with it. That brings us to Healing Prayers. Good old Healing Prayers. So there's a bunch of skills here that I'm fine with. Cure Hex, I think is great. Dwayna's Kiss, I think is great. Dwayna's Sorrow, this is one that I think plays really well with minions and with specific minion builds. I don't really feel that this skill needs to change. I'm happy with where this skill is at as a skill. But it is very narrow. But I think that there are some bars that want it. I think that there can be more bars that want it if Necro Monk, like minions plus Healing Prayers was something that like had more reason to be done. And I think that there's ways that can happen that we'll talk about as we go. But Dwayna's Sorrow is really nice to work with minions, and so I don't feel like that needs to change either. Ethereal Light. So Ethereal Light's an odd one. This skill is so close to being a skill that I like. The thing that I would want to see with it is I'd want to see the recharge dropped to more like 3 seconds. 5 seconds as it is just clunky enough. Like the easily interrupted is an important part of balancing it, and I talked about this off the top, that like Healing Prayers is not good at healing yourself. And especially when you're under pressure. And Ethereal Light kind of plays in that area where it's like you can heal yourself with it, but not when you're under pressure. And I like that design of it. I like the easily interrupted. The 1 second cast time is really important to that. I like it being a moderate strength heal, but I feel like 5 second recharge is just a little bit too long, and it makes it really awkward to try to use, so I don't tend to use it very often. So I'd like to see this down at around 3 second recharge and try it there in this theoretical world where I get to balance skills. That's kind of what I would do. I really like Gift of Health. I like the design of this skill. It's a strong heal that wants to be used not with healing prayers, and I think that's really cool. There's not a whole lot that I'd want to do to it. Maybe drop it to a 4 second recharge, but I'm actually fairly happy with where the skill is at. I use it a bunch in the a build for every elite thing, and for good reason. Glimmering Light, I'm happy with where that skill is at. This brings us to Heal Area. So Heal Area and Christ Healing Circle are very, very similar. I mean, they're the same skill. They're part of that whole thing that they did in Factions that I talked about off the top. If anybody has any questions, by the way, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, it's just me jabbering about what I do with skills. These skills, I would want to kind of change the functionality of them, and specifically what I think I would want to do is I would want to keep more of the ring functionality that Healing Circle has, because it has Healing Circle literally in the name. Heal Area is a little bit more generic. I think this is something that I would probably want to tweak the energy cost of. This is probably something I'd realistically want to put at 20 energy, but because I'm keeping to their energy pools, it's a little bit tricky. But I feel like I'd want to put this at like something like a 2 second cast time, a 10 second recharge, like 15 energy, and have it heal all allies in earshot. Just kind of like it wouldn't be as good as Heal Party, because Heal Party has a low recharge. And I would decrease how much Heal Area heals for as well. Probably a good bit. But having it be where it's kind of like higher statted, less frequent, but something that can heal all allies in earshot is something that I'd want to try and see how that feels. It's certainly something that I'd potentially want to use, and it would play a lot better with a Necromancer Monk who's trying to keep their minions alive as well. So I'd try something like that. Not quite sure exactly where the numbers would want to be, but I'm thinking closer to like 100 HP. Let's actually drop me down to... Yeah, because right now this is 150 at 12. I probably would drop it closer to 100 HP at like 15 energy, 2 second cast time, and like a 10 second recharge, but heal all allies in earshot. Just see how it goes. I'll talk about Christ Healing Circle when I get there. Jamie's Gaze and Heal Other is another one that these are identical. I would just leave Heal Other as is and change Jamie's Gaze. Heal Other does exactly what it does on the tin. It's a very strong heal. It heals another ally. The only, like... So this is a really weird skill that I've had a complicated relationship with, and I think I should talk about it a little bit. This is a skill that I think is a noob trap. And the reason why I say that is because it's a very simple skill. They give it to you relatively early, particularly in Prophecies. It does a big heal, and it's subtle how dangerous this skill is. This skill is a very potent heal, and it's really nice to have in your back pocket. Yeah. I'll talk about that in a second, Hawk. I kind of addressed that earlier, but yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Heal Other is not a skill you should spam. It looks like a skill it is a skill you can spam, but it's not a skill you should spam. So if I were to actually do anything to this skill, it would probably be to bump the recharge up to closer to 7 seconds. I think it's still fairly usable at that, but it's less likely to get new players and the AI in trouble for spamming a skill that costs 10 energy. Like, again, it always being available is really nice. I really like it being available all the time by being at a 3 second recharge. It's so commonly available. But this is not your bread and butter healing skill. This is your emergency heal. I need to give somebody a gigantic pile of health right now and get their health bar up. And the AI spams it, new players spam it, and then they have no energy, and then they can't effectively heal. So like this is a very dangerous skill to use, so I'd actually nerf it a little bit just to make it more AI and new player friendly. Maybe compensate by bumping up the heal somewhat, so that way at like 12 it's maybe more like 163 health or something. Like just give it a little bit of a nudge up and a little bit of a longer recharge, so it's a bit more friendly for like new players. Again, like I think that the spot where they have the skill is actually in a somewhat decent spot. It's just this skill is actually fairly skill intensive to use properly and to know when you can afford that 10 energy cost for the big heal, because it is a big heal. It's a really potent heal. It's just the energy requirements on it are very, very high, and that makes it really difficult for both the AI and new players to use it well, because they just destroy their energy with it. Yeah, so one of the things, Hawk, that they did with prophecies and factions is like when they're coming up with factions, they had to come up with the idea of the core professions and what skills were going to be in core, and they wanted to play around with the idea in like card games, particularly Magic the Gathering, which Guild Wars has a lot of inspiration from. There's the idea of like the same card with a different name showing up. So the example I used off the top was like Grizzly Bears and another card. I think Runeclaw Bears is... Yeah, Runeclaw Bears is another card that has the exact same stats as Grizzly Bears, but has a different name, so you can run additional copies. And they're experimenting around with the same thing with factions, where it's like, this skill is not core, it's not always going to be available, but we're going to make the factions version of this skill, and then that allows you to run both. But they weren't really thoughtful with what skills they were picking, it feels like. It's very, very scattered. It feels like they were picking a lot of skills that were weaker in many regards. And the other thing that it like, sometimes they pick stuff where it's like you legitimately want 2 copies of the skill, and then sometimes they pick things like Spinal Shivers and Heal Other, where there's literally no reason to bring a second copy of that skill. I wish that they had been a little bit more thoughtful with the experiment of like, okay, what is a skill that we're cool with people having both copies of, like multiple copies of, that like it's not a problem if they do, but it's also worth bringing 2 copies of. I think that there are a few that are like that. Heaven's Delight and Divine Healing, as they currently exist in the game, I feel is kind of that way. There's the Axe Sundering, or the armor penetrating axe attacks at 5 adrenaline that we'll talk about whenever the heck it is I get to Warrior, that are like that. There's several in Necromancer, actually. Touch of Agony and Wallow's Bite, as well as Vampiric Touch and Vampiric Bite, I feel are skills like that. And then Sundering and Penetrating Shot attack, whatever, in Marksmanship. But a bunch of them are just not like that. And Heal Other and Jamie's Gaze and Heal Area and Karai's Healing Circle are really good examples of that. Heal Party, I think, is fine where it's at. Healer's Covenant. But yeah, so that's why they did that, as they were experimenting with that idea, and then they decided it was not a good idea, so they didn't continue it with Nightfall. But it certainly was an idea. So Healer's Covenant, this is a skill I don't like, as it currently sits. The idea, of course, of why you maintain this enchantment, your healing prayer spells heal for less, but cost you less energy. The problem that you run into here is actually cast times and recharges. This would maybe be usable if it also made your healing prayer spells have half the recharge, as well as cost 3 less energy. That might actually be interesting to try. This effect, as it stands, might actually be somewhat usable if it was like, while you maintain this enchantment, your healing prayer spells heal for 25% less health, but cost minus 3 energy and have like minus some percentage recharge, where at like it's at least 50% by the time you get to here. So that way your Duena's Kisses recharge in like 1 second, sort of thing. Maybe Maybe at 12 healing prayers, you want it to be 66% less recharge. That might actually be usable. I'm not sure. That would be one direction that I could see going with it, where you try to compensate for the issue that direction as well, as sort of the way they've gone with it. I feel like I'd want to go a different direction with Healer's Covenant, though, to try to make it feel more playable. I like the idea of a maintained enchantment, especially with the name Covenant. But I'm not quite sure what direction you want to go with it on. I feel like this wants to be an enchantment that you put on an ally. And the reason why I say that is because a covenant is usually an agreement between two parties. But the problem with that is it leans into error of enchantment territory in terms of like directions I could kind of see going with it, where it's like, why are you putting a thing? Oh, you know what's a really cool idea? Oh, I like this idea. I don't know how good this would be. But like, okay, maintain enchantment. While you maintain this enchantment, whenever you cast a spell, I think maybe it's whenever you cast a spell. That's certainly where I'd first try it. Whenever you cast a spell, target other ally gains X health. Or is healed for X. I don't know if it'd have to be specifically whenever you cast a monk spell or a healing prayer spell, or if any spell would work. But I like the idea. It probably needs to go up to 10 energy with a 1 second or 2 second cast time. I think you could leave the recharge at 5 seconds, maybe bump it to 15. It doesn't really matter. It's maintain enchantment. It's more how hard should it be to reapply if it gets stripped. But I really like the idea of, while you maintain this enchantment on target other allies, so you can't use it on yourself, whenever you cast a spell, that ally is healed for X. I feel like X needs to be somewhere in the lower range, so maybe hitting like 25 or 30 health at like 12 healing prayers. I don't know if that's playable, but I would sure give it a try. You can kind of aggressively stat it as well to encourage initial use and see how the effect plays. If it's any good, if there's any situations where you actually want to use it. But I really like that as an idea of something to try. I could see monks casting it on each other. So that way, as they're healing their party, they're able to heal themselves. But if it works on any spell, I could see it working really nicely on like an elementalist, a Healer's Covenant elementalist that is then like, I don't know, the energy always becomes a problem with the maintain enchantment, but the thing is too, you could like Healer's Covenant out a bunch of allies and then use Blessed Signet for energy management as well. Something like that. I don't know. I like the general idea. I would want to give it a try and see how it actually plays. If it doesn't pan out, then I would need to look for something different, obviously. Other obvious ideas are like maintain enchantment whenever you cast a spell that heals an ally or something. Allies adjacent to you are healed for some amount. Things like that. Some sort of direction like that could be interesting to try as well, where it kind of like causes you to spew healing around yourself, including yourself potentially. That's another direction I could see going. I like the idea of, because of the name Covenant, Healer's Covenant, I really like the idea of it being a maintained enchantment that you maintain on an other ally that heals them whenever you cast a spell. That to me is really interesting. Something else that I could potentially see is, if that by itself isn't great, having it be, while you maintain this enchantment, whenever you or target other ally cast a spell, the other is healed. That would be something to potentially try as well. I think there's a couple of different directions that you could kind of take with that. But I like that sort of just like general direction as something to try. Healing Breeze I overall like. I would actually do one thing to Healing Breeze, which is to bump it up ever so slightly in terms of its range, so that at 16 healing prayers it hits plus 10 health regeneration instead of plus 9. But I actually think Healing Breeze is a really good skill. That's underrated. So I don't feel like a whole lot would need to change for it. Healing Burst I think is good at where it's at. Healing Hands is one of those skills that I like more than I use. I think it's a really neat effect. It's a useful effect. It's very similar to Mark of Protection as currently. The biggest problem that Healing Hands has is that Healing Seed exists and is just basically better. It's not an elite. It's obviously Healing Hands is slightly better stats at 5 energy and quarter second cast time instead of 10 energy and 2 second cast time. They both last for 10 seconds with 25 second recharge. Healing Seed makes the healing splash. Healing Hands does not. Healing Seed is target other ally. Healing Hands is target ally. So you can target yourself with Healing Hands. I feel like what I'd want to do with Healing Hands is like drop it to like a 3 second duration and a 10 second recharge. And try it there at like, I don't know, what's its current uptime? So if I were to drop it to like, so that's 2.5 times. So 3, it's at 7.5. So like an 8 second recharge with a 3 second duration. Something like that where you kind of are maintaining the ratio. I guess it'd have a 4 second duration and a 10 second recharge. Basically what I try doing is I try dropping, like I do for a lot of these, I try dropping the duration and the recharge so that way you can aim it around a bit more. And so that's the direction that I try with Healing Hands. You don't need it to last 10 seconds. You need it to last for a few seconds to take the pressure off the ally that's currently being targeted until they can kind of get clear of the situation. So I probably would tweak it to be kind of more like that. Differentiating it from other things is tricky, but I feel like I'd actually just use this. I'd be more likely to use this, especially if one of the other things that needs to be addressed that I will talk about as we go is Healing Prayers has a lack of strong heals other than heal other in it or elite. So a lot of the time when you're playing Healing Prayers, you want your elite to be a powerful heal. The things that could help with that is A, if Divine Boon actually affected Healing Prayers again, that would help mitigate that issue a lot. And B, if there were a few more options, like Ethereal Light. If Ethereal Light had a 3 second recharge, it would be way more playable and kind of in that mid area where you don't need to feel like you need your elite to be a Word of Healing or a Healing Burst to have that strong heal. Healing Light. Okay, so this is a really weird skill. I feel like the only change that I'd want to make this skill is to move it to Divine Favor. If it is in Divine Favor, suddenly it becomes way more playable to me because I would not have to bring Healing Prayers, and I could bring it on like a Boon Prop Monk or something like that. If Healing Light was something that I could stick on like a Divine Favor Protection Monk, I'm way more excited about it. In Healing Prayers, it's trying to compete with Healing Burst and Word of Healing and Glimmer of Light for that slot. In Divine Favor, it's not having to... It's orthogonally competing with those, or it's indirectly competing with those. It's kind of comes in at an angle, right? Where it's competing with Blessed Light instead of... and maybe the modified Boon Signet I talked about, instead of with these strong heals. With these strong healing elites, which... to me, that suddenly just like we had this discussion a while back on the stream, but Healing Light in Divine Favor just makes it such a way more appealing skill that I would absolutely want to do that. You know what I would do to Healing Ribbon? I would drop it to base 5 energy, maybe bump the recharge at 5 seconds, maybe bump it up to 6, but about there is fine. Up to 2 additional allies near target ally are healed for 82 health. That's fine, whatever. I think the numbers are overall okay. For each ally healed in this way, you lose 2 energy. Something like that, I think is what I'd do with it. Again, the problem that I have with healing prayers is its options. Its healing options at like 5 energy for a moderate heal. They need to have like downsides, but they're just like they're not great. There's not great variety. There's not a lot of different options. I think it's one of those things where I want it to be where you are picking your downside on those sorts of skills. You're absolutely picking your downside. Do you want it to be delayed with Patient Spirit? Do you want it to be easily interrupted with Ethereal Light? Do you want it to have half cast range with Healing Whisper? Like, there's this whole swath of like mid-tier moderate heals, and I feel like there needs to be a few more to give me some options. I feel like Healing Ribbon could absolutely belong in that area, but what I'd want to do with it, drop that base energy cost down to 5 and make it make me lose energy for each additional ally that's healed, because otherwise, like, I'm not going to bring the skill very often, because that requirement of up to 2 additional allies near target ally are healed. Well, what if there are no allies near target ally? Then I'm spending 10 energy for something that is like subpar healing. So I think I'd do that, like lose 2 energy for each ally that you heal in addition to that initial target, and suddenly Healing Ribbon becomes a lot more attractive to me. Healing Ring. You know what I think I would actually do with this? Is kind of a non-elite version of Healing Burst. I would probably drop it down to I would. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is I'd probably drop it to 10, or I'd bump it up to 10 energy, drop the recharge down to around 5 to 4 to 6 second range. Probably try 5 initially. 1 second cast time is fine. Heal target other ally for X health. Allies adjacent to or in the area of that ally or of the target are healed for your Divine Favor bonus. I'd probably just do something like that. This is obviously all party members in your shot gain health equal to the Divine Favor bonus from the spell. I would do something kind of like that with Healing Ring, where it's like, I'm healing in a ring around that ally, and kind of give another sort of like localized area of effect option, kind of like that. That's something that I'd be interested in potentially using. As it is, I am not. But yeah, I kind of like that idea. So I think that's what I would try. Healing Seed, I'm fine with. Healing Touch is one of those skills that's kind of like, this is okay. Heal target touched ally for some health. The thing about this is the health gain from Divine Favor is doubled for this spell. Prevents us from being useful on something like a Ranger or Dervish or whatever, because obviously it relies on Divine Favor. This is one of those skills that's kind of nice to have exist as a reliable self-heal for Healing Prayer monks, because obviously you can touch yourself with Healing Touch. Touch. And have it be a potent self-heal. So like at 10 Divine Favor, you're getting 32 health, so that's an additional 60 some odd health from it. So, you know, like 110 point heal for yourself is pretty decent. This is one of the few options that Healing Prayer monks have for healing themselves that's actually potent, that's not an elite. So I don't necessarily want to do a whole lot to change it, but the problem is it's also really awkward to use. Yeah. Because, like, you don't want to use this on somebody else is part of the problem. But I probably wouldn't do a whole lot to change this skill. If there were elites that I would consider bringing that... Because what I'm trying to think through is there a way to make this more useful for using on allies other than the caster? Like, part of the difficulty with this skill is it's really a skill that you bring as a self-heal as a monk. And that's kind of awkward. I don't feel like it needs to change much, but I also don't feel like it has a ton of place. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't want to do a whole lot to it, though. Healing Whisper I'm fine with. Infuse Health I'm fine with. Jamie's Gaze, like Healing Whisper is a nice skill. Infuse Health I think is a really good skill to have exist. Obviously, Healing Touch works kind of nicely with it. If I were to do anything with Healing Touch, I might drop it to like a 4-second recharge instead of 5 seconds. That's kind of the main thing I could consider. Okay, so Jamie's Gaze. This is a good spot to have some sort of modification to behavior. Because the fundamental, like, we don't need a second heal other at all. And this is something that can be really versatile in effect. I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is some sort of heal ally, heal self. So like probably at 5 energy, about a 60 point heal at 12 healing prayers. What is Orson right now? Yeah. I would want to buff Orson as a general side as well. But probably around a 5-second recharge. Heal target other ally for 60 HP and heal yourself for 60 HP. Probably the ally is the one that gets the Divine Favor bonus. I actually kind of like that sort of design. That's probably something that I consider doing with it. I feel like that's fine for Jamie's Gaze. What's the... Hang on. Sure, your Ghost Mirror Light. Okay, so that doesn't have anything to do with gazing. For some reason, I mean, Ghost Mirror kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like it has a similar sort of effect to it. There's also Signet of Synergy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like having Jamie's Gaze be like heal target other ally for like 60 HP. They get the Divine Favor bonus obviously off of it, and then if you wanted to make it a little bit more interesting, you'd have it be both have the Divine Favor bonus. But I think at 5 energy, I'd want it to be 60 HP heal on each of you. I don't mind something like that. So I think that there are times when you would use that sort of effect. So I would consider it something like that. That might be a little bit low. I don't know what number should be on that, but that's kind of where I'd start. Maybe it could be a 3-second recharge. Or 2-second recharge even at 60 HP. Karai's Healing Circle. This is an interesting thing. I think what I'd actually do with Karai's Healing Circle is I would actually want to make it very similar to like I keep wanting to call it Healing Spring, but I don't think that's the name. I think it's more like well, you're a good choice for this apparently. This is this weird knee cutter trapper. I think it's like Natural Spring, isn't it? No, it is Healing Spring. I probably want to make Karai's Healing Circle something more in line with Healing Spring or Well of Blood. Where it's like allies or non-spirit allies within a certain area of effect size are healed for a certain amount. If we are moving wards outside of Elementalist, which is not really a thing, they're basically an Elementalist mechanic, and I'm okay with like keeping mechanics like that to a specific profession. But I think I would do something basically like the like Well of Blood or a ward sort of effect that like or Healing Spring, something along those lines that's just pulsing a heal in a specific location. So you use it and you make an area of healing that like allies that are standing in the area get that healing. That's the direction that I take this. I'm not sure exactly what numbers or what stats, but that's the exact functionality that would be appropriate. I feel like what I'd want is I'd want a ward that just grants either a ward that like grants pulsed health or a ward that's like whenever an ally, basically Vigorous Spirit the ward. I could see something like that being interesting as well. What would be really interesting as well is if this was an enchantment. Oh, this is weird, but like enchantment, like whenever an ally like gets close to you, they get healed, or like allies adjacent to you have X health regen. Something like that might be a direction to go as well, and turn this into an enchantment. That like has like basically you are a bit of a roving well of blood. Something like that would be a really interesting direction to take it as well. And I actually kind of like you are a roving well of blood sort of effect. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea for like Restful Breeze as well, frankly, but we'll talk about them. But I kind of like the idea of Karai's Healing Circle. Either what I like about it, I like the idea of it like basically being a ward spell that's like allies in the area like get pulsed health or have health regen or something along those lines, or like gain health whenever they attack or use a spell, kind of like a Vigorous Spirit the ward. I kind of like Vigorous Spirit the ward the most, I think. So I think that's the direction that I take with this one. I think Light of Deliverance is fine. I might cut the recharge by 1 second. I don't tend to use this skill a lot because when I'm in Healing Prayers, I'd rather bring Healing Burst, honestly. And I think cutting the recharge by like a second on this would help a lot with some of that. Light of Deliverance, though, is good on Slash Monk because it's not a Divine Favor-based thing. The main issue with this is that as a primary monk, I usually need one of the stronger heals. So if there's some options outside of those that would actually work well, I would actually consider using this a little bit more. Live Vicariously. So this is an odd one. While you maintain this enchantment, whenever target ally hits a foe, you gain 14 health. The only time I ever really use this is like in weird farm builds as like an addendum to Vigorous Spirit of like, oh yeah, I enchant myself with Live Vicariously so I gain health whenever I do things. I was actually just thinking as we were looking earlier that this could be decent to use on a Necromancer. You put this on you have a Necromancer use this, they put this on an ally, and then they get their health returned when that ally hits foes. I might try that at some point in time. But if I were to actually like work on this skill, I think I would just change it to say whenever target ally hits a foe, they gain 14. Like that ally gains the health instead of you. That's probably all I'd really do with it. I'm okay with this effect existing. I also wouldn't change Mending. I might make it 5 energy and 1 second cast time for PvE because I don't think it needs to be as expensive as it is. But I don't feel like this skill is going to ever be amazing anyway. Maybe I would change it so that way it hits 4 health regen at 12 healing prayers and maybe like 5 regen at 17. So if you really wanted to try for Master of My Domain, you could potentially get +5 health regen off of Mending. But otherwise, there's not a ton. Like, the basic functionality, I think, is fine. It's just not something I'm going to use often as a primary monk. Orison of Healing. So this is one that I would actually buff a bit. I'm not quite sure where to, but maybe something more like 70 HP at 12 healing prayers. What I'd basically do is I'd keep the bottom end at the same spot. So if you have no investment in healing prayers, I'd keep that value the same, and I would stretch it out a bit. So that way it heals a bit more at a bit higher value. Orison of Healing is just a bit anemic. It's not terrible. Like, it's not completely unusably bad or anything like that, but it's just a little too weak and gets pushed out really, really easily. I think the fact that it has a quick recharge, maybe buff it to 3/4 second cast time as well instead of 1 second cast time. But at 3/4 second cast time, at more like 70 HP at 12 healing prayers. What is its actual stats here? Orison of Healing. So it starts at 20 HP at 0. At 12, it gets to 60, and at 15, it gets to 70. So yeah, if we were to kind of stretch it, so that way it was, let's see, that is 3, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. So it's getting roughly 3 1/3 HP every level. Let's see, so that would be... I basically bump it up so that way it's closer to 4 or like 4.2 or something like that per rank. So that way at 12 it's healing for, or maybe not quite that much. Yeah, about that. So that way it's getting plus 50 by the time it gets to 12. So that way it's healing for 70 at 12. And then in another 3 levels, it's healing for like 82. So if you have like 15, it's like an 82 point heal. Basically, I feel like Orison needs to be nudged up a bit to really feel like it kind of competes properly. Patient Spirit is fine as it is. Renew Life, I would probably... I don't know. I think Renew Life is probably fine where it's at. It's not going to be commonly used Resurrection skill. I might drop it down to 10 energy for PvE use and just see how it feels there. Players aren't going to tend to bring it super often because they would rather bring Flesh in My Flesh, things like that are ranged. I could see changing Renew Life to being more of a ranged option. I feel like I don't mind it where it's at though. I like some of the options that we have with Resurrection and Healing Prayers, quite honestly. With Restore Life being more energy. Renew Life is a party... is a party heal. Resurrection Chant is more HP. Man, I'm having all kinds of hiccups. Yeah. So I feel like... I'm okay with Renew Life, Restore Life, and Resurrection Chant. Kind of where they're at. But I might drop Renew Life down to 10 energy to make it a little bit more palatable and have it compete a little bit more easily with Restore Life and Resurrection Chant. I might drop Resurrection Chant's cast time to 4 seconds to kind of bring it more in line with the other two as well. Restful Breeze is one of those skills that I never use. I think that there are maybe some PvP uses of this, but in PvE, it just ends all the time. What I'd actually consider doing with this is give this a much shorter duration and then have it, instead of this enchantment ends if that ally attacks or uses a skill, have it be when this enchantment would end, if that ally is like not attacking or using a skill, it's renewed. Something like that. To where like it kind of keeps the same idea but is a bit more usable. I don't know if that would be too usable or not, but or I might alternatively have it be like something if that ally is not moving when this runs out. Basically, I change it from being a Wastrel's skill to being more like a reverse Enduring Toxin, which Enduring Toxin is the assassin. I went past the assassins here. But Enduring Toxin is an assassin deadly art skill right here that like has some health regen on it, and if the foe is moving when it would end, it's renewed for another 5 seconds. I'd probably have it be something... I'd consider Restful Breeze something where it's like maybe slightly less health regeneration or a lot less health regeneration, and maybe swap it so that way it's a little bit more, I don't know. I kind of like the fact that it's playing in an opposite space where Healing Breeze is the regen, but the duration is set. This is the Regen is set, but the duration is not. But something like, if that ally is not moving when this enchantment would end, it's renewed. Something kind of like that. Which I think is... Let's see, Enduring Toxin is... Yeah, if that foe is moving when it would end. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of this being something that feels a little bit more usable. But probably something that's a lower amount and just kind of sticks around for longer. So like +5 health regeneration for like, I don't know, 6 seconds at 15 healing prayers on the current stats, just to see how it plays there. And if it would end when that ally is standing still, it's renewed. Would that be really good? Maybe. I don't know. That's why I'd try it. Signet of Rejuvenation, I'm happy where that's at. Spotless Mind, I don't... Okay, so there's a really interesting conundrum here. How much should Healing Prayers get rid of hexes and conditions? This is actually a more broad discussion. Cure Hex obviously was introduced later. I think this is this a Nightfall skill? Hang on. Cure Hex. Eye of the North. So this wasn't even added until Eye of the North. Cure Hex arguably should be in Protection Prayers, not Healing Prayers. Healing Prayers is not really the cleansing attribute. So Spotless Mind and Spotless Soul don't really belong here. Let's see. Spotless Mind. I want to see. This is... Yeah, Eye of the North. Spotless Soul is also Eye of the North. So Eye of the North really should not have added these skills to Healing Prayers. There's a strong argument to moving Cure Hex to Protection Prayers. I would not be against doing that. I would actually probably move Spotless Mind and Spotless Soul to Divine Favor. I think they make more sense there. Spotless Mind... I know I'm moving a bunch of skills out of Healing Prayers, but yeah, I think Cure Hex probably belongs in Protection Prayers. I think Spotless Mind and Spotless Soul make more sense up in Divine Favor. I like the idea of Spotless Mind making them lose a hex every 4 seconds instead of every 5. Just that way you get the third hex off on a 12-second duration, which is what the rank 12 thing is. So I'd probably do that tweak to it. Otherwise, like I said, move Spotless Soul up. Supportive Spirit. So this is whenever target ally takes damage while knocked down, that ally is healed for some health. This is... I think what I would actually... So the idea with this is to support people in PvP, where knockdowns to precede a spike are very common. So you drop this on somebody, and then it basically is sort of a Healing Hands or Prot Spirit or whatever. I feel like with the changes I'd make to Healing Hands to make it more readily available, this just would not make... This skill just does not make sense to me. I think what I would do with Supportive Spirit, actually, and this is an effect that I kind of like, is... I don't know if I'd have it be single target or party-wide enchantment. I kind of like it being... Okay, so the basic effect is I would have it heal whoever it's enchanting whenever that person is interrupted. Whether that's because they get... as long as they didn't cancel their cast. But, like, if they're... if an effect an enemy uses causes them to become interrupted, then they would get healed. That's kind of the direction that I'd want to take with it. So, not if they interrupted themselves by, like, moving or otherwise canceling their cast. I'm not sure about... Probably not when the skill fails, but when they're, like, interrupted, right? So, we have, like, a couple of different reasons why a skill might get interrupted. If they're in the middle of an action and they get knocked down, if something explicitly interrupts them, or if it's an invalid target. I think this would just be for explicitly... interrupting, but like I kind of like the idea of like 10 seconds, 20-second recharge, 20-second duration. Whenever enchant, or like whenever a party member is interrupted, that ally is healed for X health. I kind of like that sort of effect. You could bump X up and make it the next time and mess with the numbers a little bit, but I kind of like it in that sort of like a lower grade heal for more interrupt spam. I think something like that would be interesting. Vigorous Spirit, I'm happy with where it's at. Word of Healing, I think, is fine where it's at as well. Word of Healing is a bit of an odd one, but AI doesn't necessarily use it super well. I tend to prefer Healing Bursts, but I think Word of Healing is a fine skill. And there's arguments against, like, for them either way. Words of Comfort. So this is a kind of an awkward skill to me. It's kind of a worse Orison of Healing, but if they have a condition, then it gets a little bit stronger. I would actually probably move it in the same direction as Dwayne's Kiss. Drop the bonus healing a bit and have it scale up for each one, and maybe make it conditional. Or target other ally. So, like, target other ally is healed for 51 HP and an additional 30 health for each condition that ally is suffering from. And probably do something more like that. I'd kind of like that direction with it. Drop the recharge to 3 seconds as well. So that's kind of where I think I would go with Healing Prayers. Which means it's time for Protection Prayers. Protection Prayers has a lot to talk about. There's a couple of things notable about Protection Prayers as well that I just want to mention off the bat, which is PvP special functionality for Aegis is pretty neat, and I'd love to work that in somewhere to this. I really like the idea of Protection Prayers at large, by the way, and just like the idea that it's based around protecting and cleansing your allies is something I really like. That's part of why I would move Cure Hex into it. It feels like it, and maybe with slightly less healing, but it feels like it would be a good counterpart to Mend Condition. Let's bump my Protection Prayers up to 12. So Aegis I wouldn't change. I like Aegis as it is. I think it's a fine skill to have in this here format. Air of Enchantment. So this skill, I don't know 100% what to do with, so let's just talk about it. It cannot stay as it is. There is no good reason for the skill to exist as it currently does. It is an energy management skill that manages energy for anybody who casts enchantments on a targeted ally. That incentivizes, like, the way to get maximum value out of that is for your team to then spam enchantments on that ally. There's no good reason to want to encourage that behavior. What enchantments are you going to be spamming like that? If you're doing that, you're basically doing something that is extremely powerful. It's an extremely powerful synergy. There's no like use about it that is not centered around trying to spam enchantments on an ally. So, what should Air of Enchantment do? The first thing that comes to mind is just an enchantment that's like, enchantments cast on target ally last longer. That's certainly an option. I mean, I would be tempted to make it a Blessed Aura, frankly, but another option that I could see is move it to Healing Prayers, which is a little bit lower on elites, and we've just moved a bunch of skills out of. Move it to Healing Prayers and have it be like, there's two potential options that I could see with it. Either it's an enchantment that says whenever an enchantment is applied to target ally, that ally is healed for a certain amount, or an enchantment that you maintain on yourself. That's and I kind of like this direction. Which it would be interesting in Healing Prayers. It would actually work pretty well in Protection Prayers. Could go in Divine Favor. But whenever you cast an enchantment spell on a targeted ally, basically an enchantment that targets a single ally, or an enchantment that targets a single ally, that ally is healed for some amount. Something like that, I think, is an interesting direction as well. I think it's interesting in healing prayers because then it incentivizes working with protection prayers. And is maybe a little strong in divine favor. So something like that is, I think, a direction I take it. Basically, move it to healing prayers and make it be something that rewards you for casting enchantments on allies by healing allies. Works well with Dwayne's Sorrow, Vigorous Spirit, Healing Breeze. Would work well with the rework to Watchful Intervention that I discussed as well. And would, of course, work nicely with some of the skills like Reversal of Fortune or Guardian and Protection Prayers. I think that sort of direction is the way that I'd take it. To specifically basically be like a divine boon for enchantments, except it's in healing prayers. I think I like that direction. That brings us to Amity. Amity is a really dumb effect. It's pacifism on all adjacent foes. What I would probably do, I actually quite like this idea. I'd probably make it a significantly shorter duration. I'd make it enchantment. I mean, again, I like the short duration enchantments. I'd probably make an enchantment with a shorter duration that's like allies adjacent to target, or enemies adjacent to target ally cannot attack and have the enchantment, or like for like 4 seconds or something, enemies adjacent to target ally cannot attack, and give it like a 15-second recharge and have the duration scale up a little bit, where maybe at like 17 protection prayers it hits 5 seconds duration or something. I think that's the direction I'd take Amity. And then I could actually see using it, because it's like, oh, you can protect people that are getting wailed on by melee by dropping Amity on them, and suddenly the melee can no longer wail on them for a bit. I like Aura of Faith where it's at, although this is not amazing. I could see bumping up the duration of this to 4 seconds and seeing how it plays there, or dropping the recharge a little bit as well. But I actually kind of like Aura of Faith where it's at. I don't mind Aura of Stability. Target other ally cannot be knocked down. This is obviously a bit more useful in PvP. But I think this is fine. I could see making it target other ally and adjacent allies cannot be knocked down, but I think this is fine. Convert hexes is fine. I like having a mass hex removal skill like this, so I could see maybe dropping this to 10 energy, but I think 10 energy would be fine in PvE. This brings us to Dismiss Condition. I actually don't like Dismiss Condition as a design. I think it's now traditionally I've grown a lot more fond of Mend Ailments, but because Dismiss Condition kind of sits just above Mend Condition, but is can target the self, it kind of is a little bit more flexible than I necessarily like. That said, the condition of if that ally is under the effects of enchantment, then they're healed for health is a very different sort of condition, and kind of makes it... The other thing that I dislike about it is that kind of actually makes it a sort of like almost Orison of healing if enchantments are on the party well enough, and I also kind of don't like that. So... what I'm kind of thinking, is what if Dismiss Condition was remove a condition from target ally, then if there are any conditions remaining on that ally, Dismiss Condition recharges instantly, and give it like a... I mean, you can leave it at 3-second recharge, you can bump it up a little bit, but something where it's like, oh, you can just kind of chew through a stack of conditions on somebody. I mean, the energy becomes really, really painful in that sort of circumstance, though. So I'm not sure that's actually a good skill, or a skill that I'd actually want to use. So I'm trying to think, what would make for some interesting condition removal? I mean, that's kind of their conundrum too, as developers. Oh, you know what would actually be really interesting is have no healing on it or anything, but remove one condition from target ally. That same condition is removed from all allies, in like all other allies near that ally, or like in earshot or something. Where it's like, let's say that ally has blind on them as the top condition. You remove it, and it removes blind from all other allies in the area. Or like, yeah, I like that sort of effect. That's an interesting effect. That's one that's like, there are some areas where I'd want to bring this. I don't know if that's too strong or not, but I would absolutely try that. At 5 energy, 3/4 second cast time, 3 second recharge, like I would try that there and see if like, okay, how strong does this actually be, and tweak it. But something that can kind of work as a bit of an AoE condition removal, but for like the specific condition that got removed. It's not remove a condition from each ally within that area. It's remove a condition from an ally for each other ally, or like each ally or party member or whatever. I don't know exactly how big you want to make the range, but remove that same condition. So like if blind is getting spammed on your front line and you use this, it cleanses your front line all at once of blind. But like if different conditions are being spammed about, it's not like it's like clear everything or anything. And it's not extinguished. Like I think that's a really interesting sort of spot to sit in. So I'd love to try something like that. A specific like nearby range on that as well in the for allies from the near the one you targeted. I think that'd be cool. Divert hexes is one of those skills I think is fine. It's really good in the situations where it's good, and useless in situations where there's not a lot of hexes going around. So I don't have a lot to say about it. I like draw conditions. This is a skill that's gotten its recharge bumped up over the time due to PvP. I think for PvE, I'd probably want to drop it down to closer to 2 second recharge, instead of 4, and see how it feels there. This was really abused with Zealot's Fire. At like it originally had no recharge, and it was really, people just spammed the snot out of it with Zealot's Fire, and it was really, really powerful because it would keep warriors like perma-cleanse from blind because of the no recharge, and Zealot's Fire is triggering like every second or whatever because of the aftercast. So it was ridiculous with Zealot's Fire. I don't mind dropping it back down to like little or no recharge in PvE, but I try about 2 seconds to see if that feels a bit better. Extinguish. I overall like Extinguish as a skill. I probably would make it 10 energy for PvE. 15 is just a big ask. Works okay on an Elementalist, the way Ellies currently are and stuff like that, or a Necromancer. But it's a big ask for a Monk. But I like a party-wide condition removal skill. The healing on burning is a nice touch. So overall, I like Extinguish where it's at. I could see maybe making it a little bit more affordable. Guardian is fine. I like Guardian where it's at. I never use Life Attunement. Target ally deals 30% less damage with attacks, but gains more health when healed. Like, this is an interesting... Like, this is not a bad effect. It's really awkward here in Protection Prayers, though. So, I could see moving this to Divine Favor or Healing Prayers. I don't know why it's here in Protection Prayers. I could also see... Let's see here. I could see doing other sorts of effects too. Like... a maintained enchantment, or even a non-maintained enchantment. Maintained enchantments are really awkward. But target, or whenever enchanted ally, or like enchanted ally, I don't know exactly how I want to do this, but basically whenever they hit a foe, they splash healing around themselves. Something like that could be interesting. That's much more of a healing prayer spell. I'd probably do something. I'd consider something in that direction and move it to healing prayers. Either way, I kind of would want to move it to healing prayers. I don't ever use this skill though. The damage decrease is like not that detrimental to certain professions, so it's like that's not terrible. But it's like I don't necessarily need the boosted healing. Something that you could do interesting with that would be interesting with this is move this to healing prayers, and you could have it go one of two directions. You could have it whenever you cast a spell that targets an ally, that ally is healed for a little bit of health for each enchantment on them. Or you could have it be like whenever you cast a spell that targets an ally, that ally is healed for a little bit for each enchantment on you. Something like that could be interesting. But basically, I'd want to do something kind of like that. Move it to healing prayers. Make it some sort of effect that I could see actually using. Life barrier, life bond. I think these skills are fine where they're at. This isn't necessarily a playstyle that I like, but I think once it's in the game, it kind of needs to stay in the game for people who do want to use it. It's one of those things where bonding is just such a weird playstyle that just kind of doesn't fit into a lot of what I normally do, but I think it's fine to exist. Life Sheath, I'm fine with. The condition removal on it's kind of odd, but yeah, I mean, it's trying to be an elite reversal of fortune. I don't mind having some potential condition removal cleanse on that. I think that's okay. So I don't feel a particular need to change this one. Mark of Protection. I've talked about what I'd do to this one a number of times. I'd probably drop its cast time to a quarter second. I'd drop its recharge to like 12, 15 seconds. Drop its... Let's see. It's currently 4.5. So that would be about a 3-second duration at a 15-second recharge. Maybe a 4-second duration at 15 seconds. So yeah, like a 3-4 second duration at 15-second recharge. Whenever target, like, otherwise the effect is the same, except just get rid of the disable your protection prayers line. I still think 10 energy is a fine cost for that sort of effect. It's just like that ally is not dying right now. And I just kind of like leave it there. Mend Ailment and Mend Condition I think are fine. Mending Touch I think is fine. Pacifism. So this is the skill that I think I'd be most inclined to change. We're going to go to the guild hall real quick because I want to look at PvP Aegis. So in PvP, Aegis is a 10-second or a 10 energy, quarter-second cast time, 30-second recharge enchantment spell that reads, for 3 seconds, target other ally cannot be the target of hostile spells and attacks against this party member fail. I would change Pacifism to be that, basically this effect. Maybe with like more of a, maybe slightly better numbers, but add the line, enchanted ally cannot attack or use skills. I think that's what I would do. Basically be like, yeah, that ally is out of combat for, 3 or 4 seconds, something kind of like that. And again, maybe make the recharge a little bit better. But basically, I changed Pacifism to an enchantment you place on an ally to protect the ally, rather than this foe can't attack malarkey. I don't like it. I wouldn't change Protective Bond. I know this is used in a lot of high-end PvE, like elite farming stuff. I don't think the skill is amazing design-wise, but I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change Prot Spirit either. Rebirth, okay, so this is a weird skill in that it has a lot of history of being like the resurrect that you'd bring because it of the way that it worked, being really good for like getting, like recovering from wipes. I feel like that use is not as important anymore, and it's also been sort of, why do I have protection prayers open on myself? Whatever. Did I miss skill by looking at my... Yeah, I did. I super did. Okay, back over here where we actually have all of them instead of me where I don't. Mending Touch was fine. Pacifism I just talked about. Pensive Guardian. Okay, so let's get to Pensive Guardian before we get to some of these other skills. I knew I was missing stuff. So Pensive Guardian is absolute garbage. I don't know why I'd ever use this over regular Guardian as it currently sits. Regular Guardian lasts... Okay, so 12 protection prayers. Guardian is 6 seconds of... Target ally has 50% chance to block attacks at 4-second recharge, 5 energy. Pensive Guardian is a slight bit longer recharge, 1 second longer recharge for 10 seconds. Ooh, it lasts 4 more seconds, everyone. Target ally has a 50% chance to block attacks from enchanted foes only. I don't think Pensive Guardian is very good. I was thinking about this a little bit, though. And what I'd actually do with Pensive Guardian, I'd maybe decrease the duration slightly. Maybe bring the recharge more in line with Guardians at 4 seconds. But I changed the effect to, like, target ally has... I don't know what the number you'd want to start with is, but, like, a 15% chance to block attacks from foes for each enchantment that ally has on them. So, basically, if you're in a situation where there's a lot of enchantments going around, where you could get... And maybe it needs to be more like 20 seconds, to where 3 enchantments is a better block than... and 5 enchantments would be 100% block chance. I don't know exactly where that number would need to be. Maybe you would even lock in the duration at 5 seconds and have the block percentage at like 5-6 seconds, and have the block percentage scale with protection prayers, and that could be interesting. But I think I'd probably go in that direction with it, rather than as it currently sits. Like I said, Protective Bond wouldn't do much. Prot Spirit I think is fine. Purifying Veil. While you maintain the enchantment, conditions expire faster on target ally. When the enchantment ends, one condition is removed from that ally. I think this is not... Like, this is one of those skills that I don't tend to use. I think this would be a lot more appealing if, basically, its effectiveness was doubled, approximately. So that way, at, like... It probably needs to cap out at, like, 90% at, like, 20 protection prayers. But I'd like it to be at like 12. It's at like at least 70, 75%. Then it suddenly starts becoming interesting to use Purifying Veil on myself as a warrior to like get blinds down from like a 6 second duration to like a 1 second duration or something. Let's see. At 70%, 0.3 times 6 is 18, so I'd bring it down to like a 2 second duration or something. Maybe 75% to get it down to like a 1 second duration. But I could absolutely see that. In that case, Purifying Veil would suddenly be a strong enough effect that would be interesting to me. As it is, it's just a little too weak to really be that exciting. Okay, now that we are no longer missing skills because I was looking at my character instead of friggin' Monk, Rebirth is it's the skill to like recover from party wipes. I feel the skill is way too weak nowadays. I would probably have this able to scale HP and energy up with protection prayers and get rid of like the all of your target's skills are disabled for 4 seconds clause, and the spell consumes all of your remaining energy clause, and just have it be a more straightforward, like, this resurrects target party member, they're returned to life with X% health, Y% energy, and are teleported to your location. Maybe give it an actual recharge, and that I would do something like that. Just make it feel a lot more usable. I don't think that's unreasonable at all, especially given Unyielding Aura. Maybe drop the cast time a little bit too, even. Restore Condition. This skill's fine as it is. I like it. Reversal of Fortune I think is fine as is. This is definitely one that's a little bit hit or miss, and it works well in some areas and terrible in others. Reverse Hex. I think this skill would be fine at 5 energy. I don't want to use it at 10. I'd be okay with it at 5 energy, though. I think Shield Guardian is fine where it's at. This is actually a lot better than it sounds. For 3 seconds, all party members in earshot have a 75% chance to block attacks. And if attack is blocked, all allies in earshot are healed for that, and Shield Guardian ends, but that's per ally. So if all of your allies block an attack, it actually spams a big party heal. Or a big... I mean, this affects all allies on the heal as well, which is kind of cool. I think Shield Guardian is actually pretty good. Shield of Absorption, I think this is fine. All right, this is a really good skill. Something that I think is really weird, by the way, is these are the only monk spells that give plus armor. I don't know why there aren't more protection prayers or like monk spells that give armor. I feel like that's something that would kind of make sense, but it's more reserved for... Like, there's a couple of elites that do it, but it's more of a... Like, warrior does it. Armor of the Great Dwarf feels like it should be a protection prayer spell to me. But warrior does it with Watch Yourself and... Shields Up. Elementalist can self-do it with some skills. Like, a lot of professions actually have the ability to increase armor, but for some reason, Monk just has it on a couple of skills here. Shield of Deflection and Shield of Regeneration. I would, theoretically, if I were building the Monk from the ground up, I would have some sort of skill that would increase armor. But none of these skills are ones that I want to convert into that, if that makes sense. Let's see. Shield of Deflection. So, I like Shield of Deflection. I would try this skill at a 5-second recharge and see how that feels. And Shield of Regeneration, I'd drop to 10 energy. That's the tweaks that I'd do to these. I feel like these need to be a little bit better than they currently are. And Shield of Deflection in PvE specifically. And Shield of Deflection at a 5-second recharge is something that I'd really like to try. And Shield of Regen at 10 energy feels a lot more manageable. I think Shielding Hands is fine. If I were to change any skill to be plus armor, it'd probably be this one. But my big thing is I don't tend to use this skill as much as Shield of Absorption, because I think Shield of Absorption has a much stronger effect. Part of the reason for that is the ratios. This is 6 seconds to 10 seconds. That's a 60% uptime. This is 8 to 15, and that's a little over 50%. This also just does 15 damage reduction. This can quickly get over that if somebody's really getting hammered by effects, by damage. So I think Shield of Absorption is stronger. Shielding Hands does have that little bit of bonus healing when it ends. I would actually like to see Shielding Hands. I think I would like to see this at a lower recharge, slightly lower duration, and increase armor. I think this would be the skill for it, where the armor is what scales. And I'd want it to be 40 armor at 40 armor at 12 protection prayers, and then go up a little bit further from there. The thing that's really important to remember is a lot of stuff ignores armor. Union is basically this, except for your entire pool of allies with a much better duration, like a much better uptime. So armor would be a much more interesting effect to me. I mean, with Spirit Bond, frankly, I would want to take off the next 10 attacks or spells clause, because I want to bring the farm back. I really like the farm, but that's not something Arena necessarily wants to do. This is one of those skills I think is actually really good in hard mode, but has the problem of the AI just spams the ever-living snot out of it because of that 2-second recharge. So it's really tricky to know what to do. Like, it would actually be better for the AI if it had like a 6-second recharge, even though that'd make it a worse skill. So, or just change the way the AI prioritizes it to not cast on allies until they're at like 50% HP or something. But Spirit Bond, I think, is a fine skill where it's at. It's just I don't think the AI uses it smartly, which is the conundrum. Vital Blessing is a really straightforward effect. It's just while you maintain this enchantment, the targeted ally has more maximum health. I actually would kind of like this. Part of me would want to change this to be like a joint healing prayers protection prayers skill, where it's like not a maintained enchantment anymore, and it's like an enchantment that basically reads target ally has increased maximum health for your protection prayers. When this ends, they're healed for your healing prayers, and have those numbers sync up. So if you had like, and I'd put it at 10 energy, I'd probably put it at a bit longer cooldown than 2 seconds. Probably a quarter second cast time, and about a 10-second recharge at 10 energy, I think is about where I'd stick it. With about a 15-second duration, feels about right to me. But basically, enchant target ally, and like at 12 and 12, it'd be, I mean, you could do, for 15 seconds, enchanted ally has plus 168 maximum health. When this enchantment ends, they gain 168 health, or healed for 168 health or whatever. But I'd have that be, the heal be linked to healing prayers, and the maximum health increase be linked to protection prayers. They've done sort of joint linked stuff that way. But that's kind of the direction that I would want to take it, theoretically. Zeal's Benediction. So this spell is bad, design-wise, in my opinion, because Protection Prayers is not supposed to get healing. That's supposed to mean Healing Prayers. But I guess if Cure Hex can exist, Zeal's Benediction can exist. But yeah, the basic functionality of the skill I think is fine. But this does not belong in Protection Prayers. Protection Prayers should not get strong heals. That should require you to go into Healing Prayers to get. Just like Healing Prayers should not have cleansing, that should require you to go into Protection Prayers, or maybe Divine Favor for some of it. In terms of like what to do with Zealous Benediction, I think you could just straight up move it into Healing Prayers, and it would be fine and compete okay with the stuff that's there. Like at 12, it's a stronger heal than any given Healing Prayer elite, and it's basically heal other. Slightly less. This is 1 HP more. Woo. But it's basically heal other that can refund energy. And I think that's fine. Frankly, I think that's perfectly fine. So I would just straight move Zealous Benediction to Healing Prayers and call it a day in that regard. And I think that's appropriate to do. That brings us to Smiting Prayers. So I'm going to transfer some attributes over to Smiting Prayers. Smiting Prayers is the one that's going to have a lot more like stuff that I'd want to do to it. This is going to be a bit tricky though, because some of these skills I don't think belong in Monk. Scourge Healing, Scourge Healing and Scourge Enchantment do not belong in Monk. I think Scourge Sacrifice does, but these two I don't believe belong here. So figuring out what I want to do with them is going to be a bit tricky. So this is where we need to talk about the philosophy of Monk a little bit. Monk is an ally-based profession. That makes Smiting Prayers a little bit wonky because it has kind of a mix of things that rely on allies and then direct damage. I think stuff that cares about allies is good. Stuff that's direct damage to enemies, I would be very limited on. Some of it I think is good to have, and I do think you want some amount of like direct damage in Smiting Prayers that doesn't rely on an ally for secondary profession usage, like secondary monks, and to capture some of the like Holy Purifier sort of flavor where like Banish, for example, Banish and Smite sit. But a bunch of the stuff here I just don't think makes a lot of sense. So we'll talk about stuff here, obviously. That's what this is for, but Balthazar's Aura, I do think, is a fine skill to have exist. I think it should maybe have a little bit more of a visual effect on it. I don't think this needs to be 25 energy in PvE. I think this can be 15, and it's fine. So I would be okay with making that change. It's a useful skill, but at 25, it's a pretty big dedication of energy. Balthazar's Pendulum is... So, the problem with Balthazar's Pendulum... I mean, this is basically my skill review project 2.0, isn't it? So the problem with Balthazar's Pendulum is it's really, really niche. There is a time and place for it in PvP, kinda, when you see a hammer warrior going for somebody. But you know what the most interesting implementation for this would be? Is instead of being an enchantment spell, if it was just a spell, keep the same stats. And I would actually try it at this. If target ally is knocked down, knock down all foes in the area of that ally. Something like that. Basically that says, hey, I target an ally. If that ally is knocked down, then it knocks down all the enemies near that ally. Sort of thing. That sort of effect I think would be interesting. I would try that. I don't like it as it currently is, where it's like reversal of knockdown. But if it was like, I see that an ally has been knocked down, I will now use this on that ally and knock down all the enemies near that ally. That starts to be a lot more interesting to me. So, plus you can start doing some interesting synergies with Desperation Blow, where or a grapple or something, where the ally runs in, hits the enemy, knocks themselves down, and then you Balthazar's Pendulum them to knock all the enemies down around them again, knock all the enemies around them down, and then they do it again, and then you do it again, and that to me leads to some interesting team synergies. The skill as it is, not so interesting. I think Balthazar's Spirit is fine. Yeah. Bane Signet. So this is one of those skills where it's like, this is what it's always done, yo. It's always been mediocre holy damage on a 20-second recharge that knocks down attacking foes. And like, part of me is like, that's fine. But then I look at it and I'm like, that's not great. And then I'm like, what would I do with this? I mean, it feels like the unelite version of, excuse me, of Signet of Judgment. So, this is a skill that undeniably feels very weak to me. Balthazar's Spirit is one of those skills that, like, yes, I absolutely understand that this has uses, and that's really cool. Bane Signet is like one of those skills that I kind of bring as kind of a filler, if I ever bring it at all. And I'm not entirely sure what I'd want to do with it. It doesn't cost any energy, which is part of where the trick is. The knockdown is nice. I think what I would do is I would add, if target foe is attacking or using a skill, that foe is knocked down, and then it would actually be usable. I think I kind of like... I would kind of like that, except that then becomes a Mesmer Signet. You know what I mean? Like, this is just... I mean, for crying out loud, while we're talking about Mesmer Signets, Signet of Clumsiness is basically Bane Signet but good. Right? If target foe is attacking, that foe and all adjacent foes are interrupted and take damage. That's an AoE. And then if they're using attack skills or knockdown, this is basically bad Signet of Clumsiness. Like, this is not not with any spec in it. So like if I grabbed enough spare attribute points to put enough in illusion to talk about this, to make this comparison. Like, okay, so this is 51 damage at 12. This is 50 at 12. Hits in an AoE on an 8-second recharge and a 1/4-second cast time. This is a 1-second activation time with a 20-second recharge. Like, Signet of Clumsiness is just way better Bane Signet. So the real question is, like, what should Bane Signet actually do? Like, part of me is like, oh, but it's always done this. That makes it somehow sacred. And part of me is like, yeah, but it's bad. That doesn't make it sacred at all. You know? So it's like the nostalgia of like, but this is what Bane Signet does. With, like, contrasted with, but like, what if Bane Signet was good though? And what if Bane Signet was good? What would make it good? What would make this a skill that I'd want to bring? Hey, Dune fan. Good to see you. Welcome. I recommend checking out the approach command to see more details about what I'm doing here. I'm in smiting prayers right now of thinking, if I were reworking the monk, what would I do? And I'm currently staring at Bane Signet and scratching my head. Figuratively and metaphorically. So I feel like, I mean, this is kind of the way that steps go with this sort of design exercise. Is like, I am confronted with a problem. The problem is Bane Signet is not a very good skill. The problem is, additionally, that I have a template in my head of what Bane Signet looks like. And I need to try to step back of, like, Bane. Bane is, like, counter to something. So, like, Wolf's Bane is something that is good against wolves. Right? It undoes a wolf. So Bane Signet is trying to undo an attacker by knocking them down and dealing damage to them. So, like, what if Bane Signet... See, the other thing too is thinking about the use case scenario. So, if it did an effect that punished an attacker, that would be one way of going about it. My brain is immediately thinking of like some really weird sort of skill where it's like, if you like Bane Signet does nothing. If it's interrupted, then it has an effect. But like it also wants to just not be Signet of Clumsiness, but Smiting Prayers, which is why I was just looking at Signet of Clumsiness. Man, poor illusion magic. In some regards, some of the other professions have a lot more problems with their attributes getting narrowly defined. Not sure why you'd want 1 KD on a prop monk. Right, like, under what circumstances do I want to use Bane Signet? It's like, Bane Signets can leave buffs on things. Would Bane Signet be usable on like an 8-second recharge where it's like the next time target ally is hit with an attack, the attacker takes some damage and is knocked down, like a one-shot Shield of Judgment on a Signet? Would that be a reasonable effect? I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Yeah. Maybe I'd try it with that and see how that went. I don't know. The soul exercise is, of course, very subjective. Banish. So there's a couple of things that I want to do to banish. The first one is I'd want to cut... oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the goal is to, like, make something where the monk works. And, like, there's a situation where I'd actually consider using it. I mean, Keystone Signet is a weird skill, though. Banish... Banish is really cool in that it absolutely destroys an undead minion. Because the holy damage, the 49 holy damage that it deals, is doubled for it being undead, and then doubled again because it's a summoned creature. So it'll deal like 200 damage, just about 196 damage to a summoned minion. And then you're waiting 10 seconds for it to recharge. So this is actually an interesting thing to note. There's a couple of skills that try to punish minions. One of them is Spiritual Pain, which deals additional damage to hostile summoned creatures. The other is Consume Soul, which is over here in Ritualist, actually. Consume Soul, which steals health from a foe and then also does damage to hostile summoned creatures in the area. I kind of feel like this is an effect that I'm happy to have on Smiting Prayers, where Monk is like, yes, Monk actually has some stuff that's real good against summons, and frankly, I would probably take Banish, drop it to about a 4-second recharge, and I'd tweak the damage a little bit as well. I would have it be deals like around 29, 30. Let's just say 30. Again, numbers are a bit messy here. Let me just go ahead and pop up my wall of text command. Just again as a regular reminder for what I'm doing here. But I think what I'd do with Banish is I would drop the base damage closer to like 30. Make it like adjacent or in the area, probably adjacent, and then make it do like an additional 70 damage to summon creatures that are hit by it. All of this holy damage, of course. And drop it to like a 4-second recharge. So it's like, or maybe leave it at 10-second recharge, but have it recharge instantly if it dealt damage to a summoned creature, perhaps. So that way it's like you can just spam Banish on clumps of like summon stuff and just obliterate them. I kind of like that direction where it's like if you did not hit a summon thing, Banish is bad. But if you did hit a summon thing with it, it is really good at taking out summon things. I actually really like that direction. I really like the direction of, okay, it's got a 10-second recharge still. It's at 500, just 1 second cast time. That's fine. Target foe and adjacent foes take 30 holy damage. If summoned creatures hit by the spell take an additional 70 damage, and if a summoned creature was dealt damage, this skill recharges instantly. I like that direction for Banish. I feel like that's a way that I'd like to see Monk go, because I feel like it being really good at taking out summons like that is something that's a really cool sort of spot for Smiting Prayers to sit in the sort of like Holy Warrior, smiting, cleansing of the gods sort of thing that I think should be sprinkled in Smiting Prayers a little bit. I really like that direction. It's not necessarily with prot skills. Not everything has to be like Smiting Prayers plus Protection Prayers. Like some of these skills I think make, like, I think Smiting Prayers. So in my way of imagining Smiting Prayers, a majority of it, say, oh, are you talking about this bar? I'm not making a bar. I'm talking about if I were to rework the profession, how would I adjust the skills? Not how would I make this skill fit in with this bar or something like that. I don't know if you're misunderstanding the exercise. Yeah, you can ignore what's going on down here. Completely. It's completely irrelevant what's going on. I'm not making a bar. I'm not making a build. I'm, yeah. I understand. The exercise was maybe not clear what I was doing because you kind of came into the middle of it. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going through like I talked some at more of the start of like what my approach is, but like I want to, if I were right now handed Guild Wars 1 and be told you can change the skills however you want, you just have to keep the name and like keep the name and icon, and like keep them in profession and stuff, but you can tweak and modify the skills. You can't add or delete them. What would I do to like rework the profession? Kind of like what Arena did with the Elementalist in 2012, sort of thing. So I think it was 2012, but so I'm kind of doing that exercise, and I started with a monk because I felt like it. So so it's kind of a design exercise. All of these are kind of like theoretical and like first pass, because I don't have any sort of ability to test or anything like that. But it's an interesting design exercise and something I've wanted to do for quite a while. So Castigation Signet, I'm actually fairly happy with Castigation Signet. If I were to do something to it, I would probably drop the damage by about 10 points and increase the energy gain to about 11 or 12. At 12 Smiting Prayers. I'd probably just make it a little bit better at the energy gain, but I like this as an energy gain option for Monk. Defender's Zeal. Okay, so this is one that I've kind of thought about a little bit. I don't really like this the skill as it exists, particularly for PvE. I think it's a really awkward skill. The enemy that you put it on has to hit 3 times to recoup your energy from casting Defender's Zeal. I actually really like the idea of putting this as an enchantment that, I mean, it can have a decent duration and low recharge and stuff, but basically like enchant ally, whenever enchanted ally blocks an attack, Defender's Zeal deals X holy damage to the attacker. Something like that I think would be really, really cool. Obviously, that needs to pair with something like Guardian or Aegis, but that's kind of the point. But I like the idea of it's a longer-lasting enchantment that you put on an ally that makes them punish people when they block. I think that would be a really cool space for this to live. So that's what I'd do with it. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers would be, but my gut says start at like 30 damage, roughly on block at 12 Smiting Prayers to be kind of in line with Gladiator's Defense or Flashing Blades. This gets us to the paired skills Holy Strike and Judgment, Stone Soul Strike. These are the same skill. They both reward you for knockdown stuff. You only really need one of them on a bar, so I would probably keep Holy Strike. I like this skill. I think it's a cool skill. It's great on Hammer Warriors. It's good in some assassin builds as well. But I would absolutely leave Holy Strike as is, because I'm happy with it where it's at. I think Holy Wrath is also a fairly logical Smiting Prayer skill. I would probably tweak the numbers. I think what I would do to Holy Wrath is I would drop its... I'd probably make it 5 energy. Drop its recharge closer to 8 seconds. Give it more like a 5-second duration. 4 or 5-second duration, and get rid of the hit time cap. It was done that because it used to be maintained enchantment, very similar to Retribution, except I think it might have caused you to lose some energy. And it was a maintained enchantment. But they changed it to this. I like this general idea of kind of a reflect pain. I'd probably also increase the damage cap a bit, closer to like 50 or 60. But yeah, I like Holy Wrath as an idea. I think Judge's Insight's a fine skill. A bit of an odd one. But I like Smiting Prayers having a way of giving an ally holy damage, and then having the armor penetration as a nice bonus. If I were to do one thing to this skill, which, I mean, this is what we're about here, right? I would drop the cast time to 1 second. I don't think it needs to be 2 seconds. It could probably have like slightly less duration and be 5 energy as well, but I think 10 energy with a longer duration is fine. Again, I think it's really good for Smiting Prayers to have this sort of effect in it. So, Judge's Intervention is a skill that I really, 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 really do not like. The problem with it is it doesn't stop that ally from dying. It basically just lets you redirect. It lets you throw out a big damage packet as an ally is dying. So yeah, I don't like Judge's Intervention for that reason. What would be a good effect here? Sorry, I need to drink some water and think. Judge's Intervention. How is this judge intervening? Such a generic term. Fairly generic icon. Let's actually look at this icon. Let's pull it over here so we can look at it better. It's just a big ol' hand, like outline overlaid on top of a monk standing there, looking off to the side. Okay, so Judge's Insight is giving the idea that the person being enchanted by it is the judge. So maybe Judge's Intervention could do something similar. Ooh. I like this idea. I don't know exactly what stats you want to put on it, but enchantment, whenever enchanted ally, excuse me, whenever target other ally, because you don't want to put it on yourself, probably. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. But whenever the enchanted ally attacks a foe that is attacking one of your allies, that foe gets knocked down. That's a little convoluted to kind of explain, but I really like the idea of it basically being all of your hits become counter blow against enemies that are attacking one of your allies. That sort of effect, that's really cool. I like that idea for Judge's Intervention. So, like, if they're casting spells, it doesn't do anything. If they're just running, it doesn't do anything. But if they're specifically attacking an ally of yours, then it knocks down. That probably... It probably needs to have, like, a 10 energy cost to it. And a somewhat heftier recharge. I'm just thinking, like, depending upon how you set that up, if it's like the next time an ally hits an attack, basically the next time target ally hits an attacking foe, that foe's knocked down or something like that. Like, that could be really strong with Barrage. You could put more restrictions on it too. Because what I kind of like the idea of, though, is, yeah, it punishes, it allows your allies to punish enemies for hitting your backline. I feel like it needs some tweaks, but that's sort of the effect that I would start with, because that feels like you are making that ally a judge that is intervening in the conflict between, I mean, it's a biased judge, but whatever. That sort of effect is really interesting to me. And I like that. Maybe it needs to be specifically like anti-melee. I'm not sure. But I kind of like that idea. Okay, that brings us to Kiran's Wrath / Symbol of Wrath. These are the same spell. I'll talk about Symbol of Wrath later. Again, this was the whole factions thing that I've talked about a couple times now. For Symbol of Wrath, I would tweak the numbers. Specifically, I would up the damage and lower the recharge. and give it a freaking effect. Like, I want to see this pillar of light with its ring going around it that's in the icon, because it's a sweet icon and nothing happens when you place it. But I would basically take like Symbol of Wrath more or less as is, but just give it significantly better stats. Maybe the energy cost needs to go up a bit. I don't know. But Kieran's Wrath, on the other hand, this one I'm happy to change. Now, this is interesting. When I think about Kieran, I immediately think of Zunra. So I feel like... Oh, you know what would be an interesting effect here? Something that's to the effect of... Oh, yeah, okay. I'm not sure what the recharges on this would be. There's different ways that you could take this, but the basic effect is dealing damage to foes adjacent to target ally for each condition and hex on that ally. I don't know if you want it to cleanse that ally. I feel like if it cleanses the recharge, probably more or less, I don't know, maybe it can go down a little bit. Like maybe a 20-second recharge, 10 energy, 1 second activation time, remove each hex and condition from target ally for each removed in this way. Foes adjacent to that ally take like 20-ish holy damage, something like that. That could be a really interesting effect. Again, what I'm thinking of here is Zunra specifically has a special skill for like clearing conditions and hexes and stuff. I don't remember if it affects hexes or not, but having basically kind of like a reverse peace and harmony that's like, you got my ally covered and stuff, and now I have to clean them up, take all this damage. That to me is a really interesting idea, and also just like, I don't know, purge conditions type effect, but like more costly things. Ray of Judgment, I talked about this before. I think Ray of Judgment would be really interesting if it also healed allies for the same amount of holy damage that it deals for allies that are in the area. I think that would be really cool. That might warrant bumping it up to 15 energy, but I would try something like that. Smiting Prayers is kind of spotty as is. I think Ray of Judgment's the most interesting Smiting Prayers elite, or the funnest to use. But that doesn't mean it can use a little bit of a bump. Retribution. While you maintain this enchantment, whenever target ally takes attack damage, the spell deals 33% of the damage back to the source. Maximum 17 damage. This is a skill that consistently puts out so little damage as to be irrelevant. The change to Holy Wrath that I would make, like Holy Wrath existing basically just negates the skill as is anyway. What I would probably want to do with Retribution is make it a maintained enchantment that basically reads whenever enchanted ally like is attacked, maybe attacked in melee, but whenever enchanted ally is attacked, the attacker takes a set amount of holy damage. Probably 17 holy damage at 12 Smiting Prayers would be a fine value to try. I would try something like that on a maintained enchantment and see if that feels more usable. I feel like that would have some application in farming builds and would be worth trying out, whereas I don't feel like the way it currently exists consistently deals enough damage to be worthwhile. And that gives it a very different space. I like Reversal of Damage. I think this skill is fine. Scourge Enchantment. So like I was saying, Scourge Enchantment and Scourge Hex are not skills that I think belong in Smiting Prayers. I think they belong in Curses. I mean, so much so that there's an Elite Curse Hex that is literally Scourge Healing. I don't know why These are here. Scourge Sacrifice I think is fine as it is, but Scourge Enchantment is like each time target foes the target of enchantment, the caster of that enchantment takes damage. Like, what would I want to do with Scourge Enchantment? The direction that I can actually see taking this is kind of a like remove an enchantment from target ally and then damage is done in an AoE around that ally, kind of like the Mesmer thing, but I don't quite like that because it feels really spotty, I guess is the best word for it. Like, what are you removing becomes kind of hard to control because a lot of professions use enchantments. Man, I just don't like this skill, and I don't know a good way to make it something that I like and that feels like it fits in Smiting Prayers. Let's see. Scourge Enchantment. You know what this could be? This would be hilarious. This could just be like whenever an enchantment is cast on target ally. Like, it's an enchantment that says whenever an enchantment is cast on target ally, adjacent foes take some holy damage. It's an enchantment that scourges things. That's a joke. I like that better than what this is, so I might try something like that. Scourge Healing, I actually kind of like the idea of it's a healing spell, and it says like heal, like, I don't know where you put it at. Probably it needs to be at 10 energy. I'm not sure. But like basically an Orison-ish strength, so like around 65 health at maybe a little bit more at 12 Smiting Prayers. But instead of getting Divine Favor bonus, the Divine Favor bonus is dealt as holy damage to foes adjacent to your target. I like that as a direction for Scourge Healing. More like a 1 second cast time, 4 second recharge, 5 energy, 5-10 energy. I'm not quite sure where the energy would need to be. It depends upon the amount of healing, I think. Probably 5 energy is okay if the healing is kind of lower. Something like that feels like it could fit in Smiting Prayers, and something that I'd kind of prefer than the way it currently works. Like I said, I think Scourge Sacrifice is fine. This is part of the like anti-monk or anti like Necromancer monk rivalry that they have going on, and I think that that's perfectly fine. Shield of Judgment, I've talked about these sorts of effects before, but I would basically like cut the energy cost down to 10, and just drop it to like a 12 second recharge with like a 5-6 second duration. And that's it. That's what I would do to it. I think the effect is good. It's just like I would adjust the uptime, or like keeping the uptime ratio approximately the same, which is what about a 5-6 second duration would be at 12 Smiting Prayers. 18 is with a 15 second recharge, 12 second with a 12 second recharge. Yeah, because 18 is around, it's over a third. So it's between a third and 40%. Let's see. 2/5 of that. What's 1/5 of 45? 9. So yeah, it is actually 40%. So of 12, that would be a lot less pretty. 0.4 times 12 is 48. So yeah, it's about 5 seconds. About a 5 second uptime. Anyone striking target ally with an attack is knocked down and suffers holy damage. Like, that to me is fine. Signet of Judgment, I think, is actually pretty decent. I would actually do the same sort of thing that I do to Ray of Judgment to this, and just have it also heal allies in the area of effect. I don't think I would really drop the recharge much with that sort of addendum to it. An AoE heal plus a knockdown is pretty good with no energy cost. Yeah. Signet of Mystic Wrath. So this, as it is another one of these friggin' 20-second recharge. They love their 20-second recharges. I don't know why Arena is like, this skill needs to be kind of bad. We're just going to give it a 20-second recharge. But, I mean, they so many of the signets here. Signet of Mystic Wrath, Signet of Rage, Castigation Signet, Bane Signet, Signet of Judgment. Like, all of the Smiting Prayer signets have, for some reason, a 20-second recharge. And then, like, a bunch of the anthems and motivation prayers also have a 20-second recharge for some inexplicable reason. But this does... Signet of Mystic Wrath does holy damage for each enchantment on you. Which... it just does not feel like a very good skill. 2-second cast time, 20-second recharge. Signet of Mystic Wrath. Mystic Wrath is interesting. Mystic Wrath does sound like an enchantment-based thing. I think what I would actually do with this is I would change it to be, instead of target foe, etc., I'd probably put it down to 1 second cast time, like around a 12-second recharge, and have it be foes adjacent to you take 29 holy damage for each enchantment on you, but I'd probably cap it at 80 holy damage instead of 100. Then that would work pretty well on Dervish. I might set it up so that way it's about 25 at 10 Smiting Prayers. I think that would be a good spot for like a Dervish that has like 3 enchantments on them to get 75 damage in that AoE would be pretty reasonable. But not really reward a whole lot for going to a 4th enchantment. But where, like, if you're a monk, you can kind of get the number up high enough that with 3 enchantments you get the max 80 damage. Something like that feels like it's a little bit better. Again, like, I'm trying to think about how this can apply as a secondary. Signet of Rage. Yeah, I mean, like, right now, this is just holy damage, an additional holy damage for each adrenaline skill that foe has, which is interesting. What I might actually do with this is something more like target ally gains adrenaline. I actually kind of like that. I kind of like this weird idea where a Signet of Rage is like target ally gains X adrenaline and you gain something like what if Signet of Rage, like, put it at like maybe 2-second activation time, 20-second recharge, target ally gains N strikes of adrenaline, where it's based on your amount of Smiting Prayers, how much adrenaline they gain. But they gain some strikes of adrenaline. And then for a duration based on the number of adrenaline skills they have increased attack speed. Like, that ally attacks scaling up with it might need to be target other ally, I'm not sure, but scaling up with Smiting Prayers, they gain like, say, 3 seconds of increased attack speed where it hits like 33% at 12 smiting. Probably. Maybe at 15. I'm not quite sure. It'd be cool if it got up to like 40. Increased attack speed at 15. For each adrenaline skill they have. Something like that would be really cool. I kind of like that direction. Smite? Okay, so the big thing that I do with Smite is I would just change this to like 5 energy attack. Just a generic attack. Maybe put it more at like a 6-second recharge. Like perform an attack that deals like it makes the whole attack deal holy damage and it increases the bonus. Or like it has some bonus damage on it that scales with the thing. I would not bother with the additional attacking clause. I would just have it just be, this is an energy-based attack skill that you can use with any weapon that deals holy damage with some bonus damage on it. So like plus 45, not 45, but like at 12 smiting, probably like plus 18, 20 damage. And it's just a holy damage attack with some additional plus damage on it. That's what I would make Smite. Like 5 energy. Maybe you can have a quick activation. Probably not. It's just like 5 energy, standard attack rate, 6-second recharge, attack. And it can work with bows, spears, hammers, daggers, everything. That's what I'd want to do with Smite. I feel like Smite Condition and Smite Hex are fine, by the way. Spear of Light is a weird one. It's part of this like anti-attacking thing that's kind of a theme in Smiting Prayers that I just don't really care that much about. I'll add, I think Strength of Honor is fine. We'll get there though, I guess. What would I want Spear of Light to do? That's a good question. I'm not sure offhand just yet, so this is going to take a moment of thinking. Good time to drink some more water. So Spear of Light. Do I want it to continue to be an offensive skill? Or would I want it to be... I kind of want more... party support stuff. But then what should it do in that sense? I could see it being a generic ranged attack as well. I mean, when we're working with that icon, it could just be like maybe Smite is a melee attack and Spear of Light's a ranged attack, but otherwise I do the same thing. I don't know. There's no reason to do that, though. You might as well leave Smite as just a generic attack that works with every weapon. Honestly, the big thing with Spear of Light is if you just took it as is and dropped the recharge to 5 seconds, it would just be playable. You could just do that and see how it goes. I don't know what sort of different functionality I'd want to have, if anything. Stone Soul Strike. So this is the one that's a copy of Holy Strike. And like I said, I don't think you really need 2 of those. This is a very weird name as well. Stone Soul Strike. With a very generic icon of like a stone judge. Which is what use these. Huh. I can also tell, by the way, that the amount of like processing and thinking that I have to do with all of this is definitely causing mental fatigue at this point. So I might just do some like random gameplay after finishing this, after finishing the monk, just to transition to something less mentally taxing. I'd also be curious to know, are people enjoying this? What do they think of it? Is there any questions that anybody has? Have people liked this enough that they'd like to see me continue this with the other professions? And I'd appreciate feedback in the YouTube comments as well with regards to that. Let's see, Stone Soul Strike. I mean, I don't know how many people watching the VOD will get to this point to hear that, but you know, that's how it goes. This is a really tricky one because the name is really weird and specific. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It's fine if people don't have much to say. I just want to know that people are think that me doing this is an enjoyable thing to do and a good use of my stream time, I guess is kind of the way that I'm saying it. Because I am here to be an entertainer to an extent, and I do like to know if I'm being successful in that or not. So, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Fear. I'm glad to hear that. Boy, this is a really confounding one. And the reason why is because this name is so specific. Stone Soul Strike. Like, it's so specific and so generic at the same time. I mean, you could just literally get rid of the knockdown clause and have it be like 80 damage. Deals 80 damage to target touched foe. Something like that. I mean, something else that you could do is you could just do does 80 damage to target, or like have it be like I actually kind of like the idea of like a base amount of damage and then increased damage either for each enchantment on you or if you're enchanted. Something like that could be interesting. Oh, you know what I like? You know what I like? As I'm just kind of thinking a bit more. I like the idea of this maybe having a slightly longer recharge, but being like target touch foe takes around 80 damage, and if you have more enchantments than them, you knock them down. That's an interesting functionality. I feel like the recharge would need to be a little bit longer, like more in the 12-second area, just because that would be a fairly reliable knockdown, and the rate at which knockdowns happen is something that you need to be a little bit careful of. Could maybe be more like 10 seconds, but like the damage at like 80 would be pretty good. So I think something in that general neighborhood is what I would try with this now that I've been thinking about it some. And I like the idea of rewarding you for stacking enchantments up. It plays well with Dervish, and it also plays well with some of the monk stuff. Like, what if you have Retribution or like Balthazar's Spirit on you, for example? It's like, suit up with Balthazar's Spirit, Strength of Honor, and go around Stone Soul striking people to knock them down and Holy Striking them for additional damage. Like, that seems like a cool combo to me. I kind of like that idea. Damage is probably should be closer to 70. Just kind of even it out a little bit more. Because Strength of Honor is fine. Symbol of Wrath. Okay, so like I was kind of talking about this a little bit earlier with Kieran's Wrath, but I actually really like a Symbol of Wrath in theory. It's really clunky to use in practice because the recharge or the cast time is long and the recharge is long and the duration is short and there's no effect, so it feels like, frankly, the thing that would help this skill the most is if it didn't just feel like nothing. The fact that there's no visual effect for where this skill is feels like a bug. It feels like a glitch. It feels like something they overlooked and they just never fixed for like 3 years. You know, before they had a bunch of their team leave. And even then, like, you could have put Ray of Judgment on it. The Ray of Judgment graphic. And that would make Symbol of Wrath feel so much better. Actually, on that front, you could just put burning on it as well. But what I think I would want to do, aside from giving it a visual effect to actually make it feel better and things like that, is I could see keeping the energy cost at 5 or bumping it up a little bit. I feel like, though, I want this to be something that's a little bit more usable by melee. And warrior in specific. So I kind of like the idea of this just being like, yeah, you make this damage AoE. Actually, that's just Balthazar's aura, though. I was just thinking of, like, what if it followed you around? I was like, no, that's just Balthazar's aura. But you could also just make this, like, pump the damage way up instead of making it a pulsing thing. You could also just make it Light of Deldrimor without the reveal effect, basically. Like 1 second or 3/4 second activation time, 5 energy. Light of Deldrimor has too long of a recharge anyway. But something like deals like 70... 80 holy damage to adjacent foes on like a 15 to 20 second recharge. I actually kind of like that. And you just repurpose the Light of Deldrimor graphic too. Why not? Like, Symbol of Wrath as it kind of is in theory, and this is cool, but really hard to actually make practical use of, and changing it to something that like feels better like that would actually be really cool. So that brings us to Word of Censure. So it's really important first that we understand that censure and censor are not the same thing, but they are related. This is basically like, I think that's more like punishment. Actually, you know what? I have the ability to look things up. Let's actually look up the definition of this word so I can make sure I'm... what does... Try searching for pressure cooker recipes. No, I want to look up censure definition. Express severe disapproval of someone or something, especially in a formal statement. The expression of formal disapproval. Yeah, so it's basically saying, you did wrong, boy, or whatever. And it's basically putting a black mark on somebody's record. What I've talked about, or I thought about wanting to do with this, is changing this to like an interrupt that's like interrupt target, like a hex or something, but like interrupt target spell or target skill or something like that. Maybe target spell. You can play around with that a little bit to see what fits best. Going a little bit of a mesmery direction, but like interrupt target spell, if that spell was targeting one of your allies, it's disabled for a period of time. I think something like that would be a better direction to go with it. Alternatively, make it an enchantment on an ally that's like, and this is actually an interesting idea, for like a few seconds, or I like my few second things, like, but like 10 energy, 1/4 second cast time probably on something like this because it's a very reactive effect. And then like about a 3 to 5 second duration, somewhere in there, with like an 8 second recharge maybe. I don't quite know what it need to be, but an enchantment that you put on an ally says whenever a foe uses a skill on this ally, that skill has an additional X recharge, something like that, or is disabled for an additional X seconds. I think that'd be really interesting, where it's like, oh no, I spammed a bunch of skills against this person, and now all of those skills are now recharging for a bunch. That would be a really interesting sort of way of doing things, and I actually kind of like that effect. That's an interesting effect. I feel like the interrupt that has additional cooldown on interrupting a skill targeting an ally is probably a little bit more in flavor with Word of Censure. I feel like An enchantment you place on an ally that makes skills used by foes on that ally take a lot longer to recharge is more in thinking with PvE or with sorry, glance down chat. My brain crossfired. Is more in keeping with Smiting Prayers. Good thing you're only talking PvE. Yeah, there's some of this stuff that I've talked about that would be absolutely bonkers for PvP. I'm sure. I just don't know enough about the PvP like gameplay at this point to really be able to comment too strongly on it. But yeah, I like the idea of like, yes, I enchanted this ally, and now enemies that are using skills on that ally are not having those skills recharge anytime soon. That seems good to me. Zealot's Fire. Okay, so this has been a problem child for a long time. For 60 seconds, whenever you use a skill that targets an ally, all foes adjacent to that target are struck for fire damage, and you lose 1 energy. This is a way of getting damage out of the monk that I think has long been a problem. Like, it goes beyond problematic. Like, this has created so many, like, abusive builds over the years, and I think that's a real challenge. You know what I kind of like? I kind of like the idea of this being... Okay, so go with me on this. Zealot's Fire, maintained enchantment. While you maintain this enchantment, target ally, or maybe target other ally, attacks and moves 25% faster. Whenever the ally hits with an attack, you're set on fire for 1 second. How's that for an effect? Would that be good? Would it be bad? The ability to use it on yourself would be sweet. I feel like that's an alternate effect for it that I kind of like. Again, like the base Zealot's Fire effect, I think is just been a huge problem, and I don't know. I feel like it's either kind of anemic or really powerful, and I like the idea of sticking it in kind of a weird, completely different direction. That's just like, yeah, it makes the person you put it on like real riled up and good at doing things, but it keeps setting you on fire. You're firing them up, and that's maybe not great for you. I like that direction. You could scale the move and attack speed buff so that at 12 Smiting Prayers is when it hits 25%, and it gets up to 33% at 16 Smiting Prayers. I'm not quite sure how that would scale down to the lower levels. Maybe 10 Smiting Prayers for 25% on the attack and move speed. I don't know. Would that be too good? I have no idea. I would try it. I'd see, like, it's one of those things where it's the sort of effect where it feels borderline too good, but I don't legitimately know. And until I try it, I can't know. So, but I like the idea of an offensive bonder in that way, and that would be really cool. Probably a bit strong. Yeah. I feel like it would be. I like empathic removal. I wouldn't really change anything about this skill. Essence Bond, again, this is really useful for certain like bonding builds and stuff like that, so I don't really feel like I'd do anything to this one. I feel like it has useful niches, and I don't really feel like I need to do anything about it. Holy Veil, I mean, this is totally a PvP skill. While you maintain this enchantment, and a hex cast on target ally takes twice as long to cast, and when it ends, when hex is removed from target ally. This is an effect that I feel like could actually have a home in some PvE scenarios. What I would actually like to see, though, is I would actually be really interested in Holy Veil being moved to Divine Favor and having scaling decreased duration for hexes on that ally, similar to the anti-condition one in Protection Prayers. But yeah, like if I were really able to rebalance this game. I do massive like skill changes and overhauls, but I do massive skill bar overhauls to enemies. And I'd go very thematic in certain areas and things like that with certain types of enemies. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like a whole lot would have to be done to Holy Veil. But that brings us to Light of Dwayna. Light of Dwayna is an absolute garbage skill. What I would do to Light of Dwayna is I would just I would make this a Divine Favor skill that starts here at 0 Divine Favor. Except, yeah, I think that recharge is probably fine. Except I would change it from all dead party members in the area to in earshot. And I would start there. And I'd have the health and energy go up with higher Divine Favor. So that way this could be a viable Divine Favor resurrection spell. Maybe drop it down to 15 energy as well. I don't think it needs to be 25 energy. What I'm comparing it to, of course, is We Shall Return, which is instant cast at 25 energy. And scales up health and energy, and it is effects in an earshot. So having to spend time casting it, to me, feels like it would be viable at 15 energy. Or like a viable place to put it. But I feel like this would be a skill that could actually be kind of useful to have at earshot range at 15 energy. And if monks could use it to a stronger resurrection effect, that could also be really useful. So I would kind of do that. Martyr, transfer all conditions and the remaining durations from your allies to you. I'll be frank, Martyr is one of those skills that I look at and I'm like, I would almost consider wanting to run this if it had a shorter duration or a shorter cooldown. I feel like the skill in PvE anyway, like would need to be about a like 5-6 second recharge to really start being attractive. So I would strongly consider buffing Martyr by lowering its cooldown by like roughly 50% and seeing how that feels, and seeing if that feels a lot more usable. So that's kind of what I would do with that, and something that I would consider. Purge conditions. This one's an odd one. Remove all conditions from target ally. 20-second recharge. Like, this is one of those skills that I basically never use. Like, the effect is useful, but conditions in areas where you... Okay, so the fundamental problem that Purge Conditions has is in the areas where you would want to remove a bunch of conditions, you're better off bringing a skill like Restore Condition. Basically what's going to happen is in an area where you have a lot of conditions to remove, the long recharge of this makes this an unviable skill. And in an area where you have a you're not getting spammed with conditions as much, this skill also starts becoming like overkill for its ability to like clear a stack of conditions. It kind of doesn't really have a home. It's kind of what I'm talking about. Now, when I did talk about Dismiss Condition, sort of what I proposed for it was something that did not inherently have a scaling factor, I'm suddenly realizing. So maybe Dismiss Condition should be a different sort of effect that does have a scaling factor on it. And Purge Conditions could have the effect that I was giving to Dismiss Condition, which was remove a condition from target, allies, and remove that same condition from all allies in like nearby that ally. Something like that could be quite functional on Purge Conditions with no attribute requirement, and just give it like a 4-second recharge maybe, and like 3/4 second cast time, and then Dismiss could have a different effect. I think I kind of like that idea. If I did that, then Dismiss Condition... What would I do with Dismiss Condition? Either that, or else I just leave Dismiss Condition as I had proposed it and have the AoE scale, like the size of the AoE scale with protection pairs, which is also reasonable. And I think that might be fine. Not a whole lot of stuff scales its area of effect size. with attributes, obviously, but I'm pretty sure you could do that. Yeah, I don't know. Purge conditions definitely would. I feel like it needs something different. Maybe actually something that could work is instead of being target ally, it could be remove all conditions, like more at like 10 energy and like a 30-second recharge with core second activation time, but remove all conditions from all allies in earshot or something like that. So that way, like, it's a massive cleanse, but you just can't spam it a bunch. That might have a home. That actually would have a home. That would have a home easily in the fight against Abaddon. So I kind of like that as a direction to go with it. Where it's like a less frequent, but like just get everything off everybody now. But like a longer recharge than like Extinguish has, for example. Purge Signet. Remove all hexes and conditions from target ally. Oh, look, it's another 20-second recharging Signet. I feel like the skill is... I want to buff it, but then Magni the Bison becomes a more annoying fight. How's that for a statement? I feel like the skill's sort of okay where it's at. I would be happy to put it at like a 12-second recharge, but that might be a bit strong. I'm not sure. It has a home in some very specific adrenaline-based bars. On like Warrior in particular can make use of it. Remove Hex is fine where it's at. Actually, so is Vengeance for that matter. I'm okay with Vengeance where it's at. This is not a commonly used Resurrect. If I were to do anything to Vengeance, it would be to give it an even shorter cast time, more like 2 seconds. But Resurrect, this skill is real garbage. There's 2 different directions that I feel that you could, or like, there's a couple of different things I think would kind of make sense to do with this. I could see doing a similar thing to to Dwayna's whatever light. Is this Dwayna's light? I mean, it's right here. Light of Dwayna. Same diff, right? I feel like you could move Resurrect to Divine Favor, where this is the base level effect, and then it scales up. The flip side of that is I think it's better to have the generic Resurrect, which is what this is, be something that isn't in no attribute, because the problem with putting it in Divine Favor is new players are going to see it and think that it is not a skill that they should use without any attribute investment. There are absolutely skills you can use without attribute investment. Shock is a good example of this, where the primary effect of Shock is the knockdown that does not care about your attribute investment. What I was proposing with Light of Dwayna is similar, where it's like it starts at sort of a value that's like usable and gets better if you have Divine Favor, but you don't need to have Divine Favor to use it. There's a number of skills that are like that, where it's like you don't need investment in this attribute to use this skill. And like you can invest in the attribute, but it like makes it better for like Signet of Return is a good example of like you can use Signet of Return without investing in leadership. It just becomes better if you can invest leadership in it. But that's the sort of thing where like I think for the sake of new players, I would not want to move Resurrect to Divine Favor, because I think it's better for them if Resurrect is not in Divine Favor, if it's in no attributes, so that way it doesn't trick them into thinking that they need to have Divine Favor to actually use it. So what I would probably do with it, quite frankly, is I would probably have it have a 3-second cast time. And like the recharge of 8 seconds is all right. The big issue that this has is 25% health and 0 energy is really, really meager. So a 3-second activation time helps a lot to an extent with it. But I would probably bump the health up to 50% and have it give 10% energy or something like that. Which 10% energy is not much. but a little bit of energy would be kind of nice and would be kind of warranted, I think. So I'd probably do a little bit to buff Resurrect. The big thing is decreasing the cast time. I would like to move it to Divine Favor so that way it could scale up, but I don't want to move it to Divine Favor because I think it would confuse new players. I will say that I'd be quite happy to move Vengeance into Smiting Prayers, give it like a 2-second cast time, and have the duration scale with your Smiting Prayers, or maybe the damage buff, maybe both. I feel like Vengeance thematically belongs in Smiting Prayers, so I think that there could be an argument for moving it there and giving it some scaling properties. I do think you want Vengeance to have a quicker cast time than most Resurrects because of its sort of fragile nature, and I kind of feel like that kind of thematically fits. But anyway, Signet of Removal is a really weird skill. If target ally is under the effects of an enchantment, that ally loses 1 hex and 1 condition. It's a weird, wonky cleansing option that I typically don't bring because, like, let's face it, most teams don't want this because it's really hard to use. You need enough consistent enchantment coverage on your team to make it a reliable cleansing skill. That said, if you do meet those conditions, it is fairly powerful, especially removing a hex on a 5-second recharge for no energy is really good. What I could see doing is having this, like, target ally loses 1 hex and 1 condition. Then if they are not enchanted, you lose 10 energy. Something like that. I think that would make Signet of Removal a lot more palatable to me. To where it still works if there isn't an enchantment, but then it's 10 energy. And is not worth 10 energy. But, like, it can still function. I think I like that. As I think I would modify it to that. And then Succor, which is, we've already talked about Vengeance a bit, so Succor is the last monk no attribute skill. While you maintain this enchantment, target other ally gains +1 health and +1 energy regeneration. So they get a regen to both. But you lose 1 energy each time that ally casts a spell. I actually really like this for like warriors or dervishes to cast on backline. I think that's a really fine skill that's a bit underutilized. I would change the recharge to 0 seconds. I think in PvE it'd be fine to have no recharge on this. Yeah. I like the idea of you are trading an energy regen to your ally. Or you're giving an ally an energy regeneration. So I'm fine with this skill more or less being where it's at. I feel like it's probably a little bit weak, but I think it's better than people give it credit for, and it's probably for general like PvE, it's actually probably kind of usable. So that covers Monk. Did anybody have any questions about any of that? We have about an hour left. I am all thinkied out. So, but this was fun. This was interesting, looking at Monk. I can ask generically, what profession would people like to see me do tomorrow for tomorrow's stream? My inclination would be to do Necromancer or Mesmer. But I'm curious if anybody has anything that they would be specifically interested in seeing. Mesmer or Paragon sound good. Paragon, I feel like Paragon is one that I can pair at the same time as Dervish because they have about half the skills of the core professions. Okay. I might do Mesmer tomorrow then. Yes, you did. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, I might do Mesmer tomorrow then. There's definitely a lot of stuff to think about with regards to Mesmer. Let's see, what's going on today? What Zaishin things are going on today? Random arenas bonus, factions elite bonus, Dreadnought's Drift. I don't want to vanquish Dreadnought's Drift. Verada and GVG. And Ice Caves of Sorrow for the mission. That's not my idea of a thing I want to be doing. I'd really like to figure out getting UMod or text mod working so I could do cartography. This guy's so close. Okay, so what am I going to do for the last hour or so of my stream? That would be a good question. I'll tell you though, talking for 4 hours straight like that, my throat's kind of tired. My voice is kind of tired rather. You know what? I'll do Polymock. Now I just need to figure out who I want to do Polymock on. This guy's already done Polymock, as is evidenced by the summons. Who was it? Ah, Mirian. That's who I was like, I wish I had Polymock skills on her. Let's do that then. Let's do Polymock. I might not talk as much for this part of life. Ratasum. Ah, Hoff, yes, you.
Most curious. Can you be helped? Most curious. Most curious.
Okay, I need to go get my Polymock piece collection for my Shunlai chests. Here we are. It's at this moment that I wish I had control click from Path of Exile, but what you gonna do? You know what? I like the idea of taking about 4 hours going over a profession, and then spending the rest of the time on Polymock. But I do want to get through Polymock on all of my characters.
What now? Can you be helped? Most curious. Most curious. Most curious. What's your problem? You aren't from around here.
My problem is you keep saying the exact same friggin' thing every time. Okay. This is a hammer, but it looks like a... I think it's an ivory hammer skin, but it looks so much like an axe. Okay, Yulma.
Can you be helped?
I'm going to play you in a game of Polymock.
You aren't from around here.
Nope. Earth, Fire, and Mirage. Let's lead with Fire Elemental. I actually quite like the gargoyle piece. It's just a bit weak Oh, I don't have... Whatever, I should use the glyph of concentration there. Ah, missed the rising bile. Ooh, and that gets to sit around. One piece. Oh, yeah. That feels kind of good. Let's see. Would be a good place to take notes. What I'm thinking is, like, what order do I want to try to do the professions in? And I'm considering... like Mesmer, Necromancer. Elementalist is going to be.
Most curious.
Boy, I do not want to talk much at this point. Just silently watch me play Polymock.
Can you be helped? What now?
Fire Imp. I think he burned down. But I'm just not playing well at this moment.
Can you be helped?
Made considerable progress on that one, though. That's why I like the Earth piece. Has some really high damage skills on it. Well, figuring out how you're coordinating your skills for energy use is definitely one of the more interesting parts of Polymock in a way. I've definitely figured out the pieces that are my favorite, though. It's the earth and fire elementals plus the one rare that it gives you. Polymock is one of those things, though, that feels like it's about 75% implemented. Where's Blarp? Shaven, maybe? Wait. Oh, Gad's encampment. Sometimes reading the quest tells you where to go. It's a good idea. Good idea to make use of.
Can you be helped?
I can be fought.
What's your problem?
I mean, 200 damage and set on fire for 15 seconds is absolutely a ridiculous thing to have happen. Oh, you got me. Good idea. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
What's your problem?
Well, that was quick. This piece I don't like as much, the ice elemental. Which is why I don't use it. That's premature. On the fire piece. Yeah, I'm gonna need to swap pieces soon.
What now?
I really should have interrupted that. You take more damage with calculated risk up, but the additional 1 second to cast is absolutely bonkers. It really, really is. Of course, it's on the opposite side of the town. A venue is appropriate here, right?
What's your problem? Can you be helped?
At some point, he gives me 3 quests at once, but it's not for a little bit yet. Part of the reason why I want to do Polymock is because
Can you be helped?
turns out the summons that you get from Polymock can be really useful in the Norn arena, particularly the Naga Shaman with stoning.
What's your problem?
Really wish they had a few more lines of dialogue than, "What's your problem? Can you be helped? Can you be helped with your problem?" Well, both going to condition the snot out of each other. That's what's going on now. Move, counter move. It's interesting how the whole health regen system is balanced around a certain amount of maximum HP. Like, high degen with 4,000 HP is very different than at 480 or even 600. There it goes.
You aren't from around here.
I'm gonna lead with Glyph here. Kind of figured it was down pretty quickly, so. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. I was wondering if you'd get me on that. That was a nice interrupt. There we go. Of course, he's all the way over here.
You aren't from around here. You aren't from around here.
Here's the 3. Grab these and go out, do the circuit. Polymock's quest chain does not take that long. You bring a bunch of pieces from a different character that you managed to get through it on.
What's your problem?
Diversion. What does this do? Additional 4 seconds to recharge? Oh, okay. It's annoying on your basic spell, not really as important on your other ones. I'm having some weird lag spike stuff going on here. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. You could probably use that ether signet to eat diversion, because it has no recharge, so having a little bit of recharge is not a huge deal for it. Well, keeping pace. Keeping pace. That's the important thing. There we go. Last piece here from him, the Bone Dragon. There we go. I knew I was going to be switching out soon. I'm happy to make a little bit of a dent in him. Yes, indeed. There we go. Is Volumandus taken care of? Let's see. Hammer, Silver Fist, and Umbral Grotto. Not as far off as I was thinking he was, as it turns out.
Excuse me?
Can you be helped?
I mean, I like the same 3 pieces, so. If I could run 2 Earth Elementals, I would. I like that piece. Had the glyph on that one, I see. Icy Ground's one of those that makes my stuff all take forever to cast. Potent effects. To be sure. Good old Dolyak noises. Yeah.
You aren't from around here.
Again, my goal is more to keep even in pieces than anything else. I mean, I want to win. That's my ultimate goal. Wow, the recharge on Polymock Banish is low. Wow, 10-second recharge on Polymock Banish is bonkers. For a skill that powerful.
Can you be helped?
We'll see. For those who aren't understanding what's going on, Polymock Banish apparently has a 10-second recharge, which for an 800 damage skill is very high. It may have some sort of restriction on it because he's not used it lately. Granted, this has a 20-second recharge for 800 damage. So typically, yeah, could have interrupted that, and I just didn't because I was a doofus. I'm not in a great spot right now. I mean, I have a lot of HP. Because this is a rare piece and they have more HP. But even so, that was a very, very, very narrow win. That Polymock Banish is bonkers. Yeah, it's just 800 damage, 6 energy, 10-second recharge. Polymock Obsidian Flame is twice the recharge. Chain Lightning is twice the recharge. Polymock Lightning Blast? Oh, that's Lightning Blast, not Chain Lightning. Oh, it has regular Obsidian Flame as a related skill under Polymock Obsidian Flame. That's why I was getting so confused with that. Yeah, that was a... Polymock Banish is a heck of a skill. I don't know what other pieces have it, but... It's, that's really crazy powerful. Okay, it's up the hill here.
I am not impressed.
Mm-hmm.
Most curious.
Elemental, Fire Elemental, Mirage Aboga, lead with fire. This is such a beautiful arena. Let's try to stop Polymock Spear of Piercing Light or whatever the heck that is. There we go. Stopping that from going off has been very, very good for me. Wow. Signet of Smiting's interrupt is getting my... My poor thing every time. But seriously, stopping that piercing spear of light was probably pretty good since I stopped it like every time. I don't know how much damage it would have done, but I'm pretty sure it would have added up. Yeah, I don't know why Polymock Fireball wasn't showing up as a related skill. Yeah, it'll end me. That was a good start, though.
Be helped?
Yeah. I don't know why I just did that. Titan, eh? Well, that's gonna end me pretty quickly. Ow. Nothing like getting death penalty in Polymock
What's your
Arena.
problem?
I mean, it doesn't affect my Polymock character, I don't think. But, no, it doesn't. But, quite amusing. Nevertheless. Yeah, he got fun heat through on me. Ah, yes, nothing like Polymocky blocking or Polymock block. What is this at? 2? Yeah, that is 6, as I would expect. This is actually really tight. Well, I won, but barely. But that's okay. You don't have to win by a lot, you just have to win. That's the important thing. As they say in Magic the Gathering, 1 is not 0. Okay, Hoff, I need to tell you of my victories.
Can you be helped?
Mm-hmm. This is one that I'm excited about getting.
What now? Most curious. You aren't from around here.
Okay, and this is the last one.
What now?
I do like that he has a randomized arena that this takes place on.
Most curious.
Earth, Fire, Mirage. This may take a couple of tries. Let's do the reverse shot. Yeah, of course you have friggin' Polymock smiting. Whatever, I'm just gonna interrupt one of those. Pretty sure a lot of this guy's stuff I cannot interrupt. That's what I thought. Signet of Revenge does more damage when his HP is low.
You aren't from around here.
There we go. That's a good start. Expected start, but good start. I still would love to see how Polymock could look in Guild Wars 2, but... Okay, that was a strong middle. Looks like he has the same piece I'm going to be having in a moment. Yeah, there's the recurring insecurity.
Most curious.
Okay, well, it is a Mirage Iboga off. Except I started a higher amount of HP. And have better timing. Alright, yeah, this is pretty... That was pretty cleanly over. That wasn't even... like, the Gaki was pretty nasty because of the signets in part, but the, because I'm pretty sure that middle Polymock skill only does so much, but, or the interrupt, but, like, that actually went quite smoothly there, as I got past the Gaki. There's a bit there where I had a rhythm where I was hitting him with my skill that does bonus 50 damage if he's using a skill while he's in the middle of using his skill, so my skill's over by the time his goes. It means that we sync up at a spot where I'm doing 50 more damage than him, like, every cycle because of where the skills are lining up. So that was really strong. I think I might go do some Bison tournament. Because I still have that to do on this character. I also need to do this, but let's do round 1 fight. Like, Polymock doesn't take that long. Takes, I mean, that took, what, 45 minutes-ish, roughly? I don't know, I wasn't counting too closely, but... So the real tricky thing here is I don't really get to use Soul Reaping in any sort of meaningful way. Insidious Parasite's probably pretty good. Went Enfeeble. Enfeeble's kind of my go-to condition inflictor. Yeah, this Naga Shaman's really important. I feel like I actually want Offering of Blood as my elite, which feels weird, but I think the HP from it, or the energy from it, might be kind of important, because, again, Soul Reaping is not really a thing here, so... Slap on run enchantments. I don't... This feels like it might be a little fragile. I don't know. How's my... Yeah, okay. Polymock does not have any monetary rewards. That's fine. I didn't expect it to. Let's get pieces put away while I'm thinking about it. What I'm eventually going to do is just cycle down to just the pieces that I actually care about, but I ain't going to worry about that right now. But that'll free up 5 slots. So, but I'd like to win this tournament so I can get some skills. My hope is that the Naga Shaman will particularly help with fighting Magni, and that these combined will keep me alive. We'll see. It's maybe a little optimistic, but I'll find out. Hello, Loshan. Losha, whatever your name is. There we go. Your recurring insecurity is somewhat unimpressive to me. I mean, part of it is I do have to get to Magni to be able to win, but the Naga Shaman will help quite a bit. There you go. It turns out something that spams stoning and knocks people down when you enfeeble them is real good. I'd like to avoid Zoe if I can. Sin, I don't know how big of an issue Sin's going to be. I think she has a good bit of damage on her. Lift of Restoration, eh? Turns out, Rend Enchantments is really good at stopping certain things. Is my Assassin also level 20? It is. Mind Shock is real good in here. I will grant you that. But, the best bar I've ever brought into here was a Mind Shock Ellie. Oh man, it's Menlo. Menlo's a 55. Pretty sure he does not like that. Yeah. I Rend Enchanted him, instantly went down. I was kind of hoping to run across Menlo because I knew he'd basically be a free win. I mean, I hurt myself with Rend Enchantments, but that's largely irrelevant. Well, here's the moment of truth. The actual part where I fight Magni the Bison. Took him down. Not too bad then. Not too bad at all. Naga Shaman plus Enfeeble combo is really strong. It was really strong here, so. Hey, Magni. Thank you for these skills. Excellent. Boy, that was all I needed to do there. I'm just going to go ahead and save to template. Do I have... Hang on. I think I have a Necromancer. Like, I had a bar. Yeah, this Northern Tourney winner, but that's the 55ing bar, so. Okay, I want to save that because that was good. I'm short one skill here. I'm short one skill here. A bunch here. And quite a few additional Norn skills as well. Looks like I have Club of 1,000 Bears. I don't have... I am unstoppable. So I think I've... You were all weaklings. Where do you get that one? I think I've done the Olafson quest chain. I haven't done stuff with Veil, it looks like. Forgotten Relics will give me one. Let's give me Standard of Wisdom. That's not bad to pick up. Well, I don't know. That was kind of the main things I was hoping to do there. Somebody, and that somebody is me, is sort of running out of random quests to do. My voice is feeling a lot better now, though. So that's good. At some point, I need to do more stuff on these two characters, but I'm not quite sure when I'm going to do that. Yeah, truth be told, I'm kind of like out of ideas for the moment, so I might just end a little bit early today, and just I'll be back tomorrow. I guess I'll talk about the Mesmer tomorrow, and do Polymock on another character. Might be a little bit shorter, but my brains can only take so much intense design discussion thought process. So I think I might just wrap up a few minutes early today. Not the biggest deal, I suppose. So yeah, tomorrow I'll talk about Mesmer. An important reminder that I'll be trying to remind people about throughout the course of this week: daylight saving time for the United States of America comes into effect starting next week. So that's going to affect the stream schedule times, because like right now it's 3:52 p.m. according to my clock over there that I'm looking at. In a week that will be 4:52. So the streams will be starting roughly, I guess, an hour earlier. So that will be next week that starts. So not this week, but next week. So we'll see how things go with that. I'm not looking forward to adjusting to it, but at the same time, I've been waking up early a lot lately, so maybe I won't have to do much adjustment to get to get adjusted to it. Yeah, you can follow the channel to get notified when I go live. That'll help deal with the daylight saving time messing with everything. You can go to my Discord to get told when I go live as well. I'll just pop the link. Be curious to know what y'all think about some of the design stuff. If you have any questions about how I was approaching any of it, and some of where I was coming from with some of the thoughts, I am absolutely happy to try to explain myself better if I'm not doing a great job of explaining myself, and it is up to you to an extent to help me know when I'm not doing a great job of explaining myself, because it turns out I know what I'm thinking, and that makes it easy for me to know what I'm saying. And sometimes I can recognize when I need to explain a bit more thoroughly. Other times, maybe not as much. So anyway, like I said, that's going to go ahead and wrap stuff up for today. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about the Mesmer. We'll probably do some more Polymock, because that's a nice way to sort of round out the day. And I feel like that's everything. So you can check the schedule and all that sort of whatever. There's stuff around the page. But until then, take care, everyone. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.